Almost done. Okay, okay. I know. I know. I know. What's up, people? Sorry, I actually was set to finish my food on time, but then I heard a loud beeping. And I thought it was coming from my computer. So I paused the YouTube video that I was watching while eating. I didn't stop. Then I looked at OBS. Nothing was coming through OBS. I looked around. I looked at my sound monitor, and nothing was coming through any program. I didn't know what it was. So I thought maybe there's some kind of feedback issue with my earbuds. So I unplugged my earbuds, and that's when I find out the beeping is coming from real life. So I look for the source of the beeping. And it turns out that my computer's backup battery, the thing that I have everything plugged into, it's out of power. It's still working, but it's out of its reserve battery, which means it's basically just working as a very complicated wire to run from my house line to the computer. But if my stream randomly dies, then it's because of an issue with the battery. I don't know what's up with that. Your UPS? The backup battery. Oh yeah, those die all the time. First time it's happened to me. Gotta buy a new battery. Yeah, I'll check, but this happened like literally just now. So I can't fix it right now. So if stream dies, it's almost certainly because the battery messed up. Replace the battery every 3 to 5 years. It's about that time. Yeah, it's about that time. What's up, everyone? Normally. Folks, I think politics are happening. If I'm not mistaken. Yes, the CIA has allowed me to go back on Twitter. I'm very happy to say. Hello, everyone. Let's get those live coverage feeds up, huh? Trump arraignment. I wasn't typing into any field. Trump arraignment. Don't want text. I want a video. Thank you.
The message as this was unfolding?
He posted on his social media platform just as the motorcade was rolling into that federal courthouse, David. He writes in part, "This is one of the saddest days in the history of our country." And of course, his signature phrase of
"He's trapped. Look at him. They've imprisoned him in the hypercube. He's in the thing they put Zod in Superman 2. Look at him.
Witch hunt, David. It's a long statement. We're only reading parts of it to our viewers. Our understanding right now is that most of the Trump team is hanging out in the motorcade. They're waiting. Most of them are not able to actually go into court with him. I'm told he's inside, as you just reported, and they believe there is some type of processing going on. We're not positive right now from our sources, Catherine Falders and I, if the processing has actually begun, but many people believing that that is what's happening right now. We'll update our viewers.
What's the difference between arrested, arraigned, and indicted? Indicted is when a grand jury brings charges against you. Arraigned is when you are you're brought to the courthouse and like everything is formally like you directly to the judge and from the judge like are directly given the charges, and all of the like processing stuff begins. Arrested is just when the police take you away to their station or to jail. So Trump would be arrested if they decided that it was time to actually restrict his movement, but until then, it's just going to be an arraignment.
When we learn more.
I don't know if we can, our director Dave DeStinti, if we could go full on this image of Donald Trump. This is one of the first images now to emerge of the motorcade making its way to the federal courthouse. Donald Trump obviously gesturing to the people who did gather there, though we know the numbers are not as large as he likely would have hoped to have seen. And they're mixed. We know there are people there who are both supportive of the former president and those who are there against the former president.
The government felt that it was best to bring it in the southern district.
I want to see more angles. Guys, give me more feeds. I want to see which news station is the best feed.
To Florida. And also, quite frankly, I don't know if this was part of their conscious thinking or not, allows them to forestall the objection that they tried to bring a case.
Willingness to do that, and so several of these gentlemen have left his legal orbit as a result.
We're looking at live images outside of this
Why are they so
federal
quiet?
courthouse where Donald Trump is making his initial.
Oh my God, there's so many
In
feeds.
the thick of the primary season. If he's facing another trial, this could get tricky in terms of is he
Leftist audio. Real leftist audio. This audio is even more leftist than other audios that are leftist. Not very substantive. Fox News?
Days from the day of your initial appearance, which is tomorrow. Now, they won't do that because it's too complex a case.
No!
But could I see this case going to trial in 6 days?
Jesus.
Well, there's a lot of room here, I think, and there will be challenges to the evidence. There will be pretrial motions and probably a lot of them, and I think that may be where the Trump defense...
Is Fox leftist too?
Estados Unidos, Rosario, y hablábamos de los retos que enfrenta el Partido Republicano ante un escenario.
How does this unironically sound and look better than like 5 major American news stations?
Como este, con su principal aspirante envuelto en problemas legales muy serios. ¿Cuál es la rampa de salida? ¿Por dónde se escapan los aspirantes republicanos, los contrincantes del expresidente Donald Trump, para poder ganarle, para poder atacarlo, pero lo suficiente que no haga enojar a su base?
Bueno, mira, a ver, vamos a recordar que la base que lo apoya a él es de 30.
Never mind, her audio is trash. Okay, we're going back. We're going back in time.
Supposed to come off of the campaign
Nope.
trail?
Initial court appearance. He is facing 37 charges. Rhonda, some of these charges come with a maximum sentence of 10 years. Some of these charges come with a maximum sentence of 20 years. I mean, these are very...
CNN stream? How is this so difficult?
Like it would for any other defendant. Former president and his attorneys had some paperwork to fill out. It's expected that he would be fingerprinted, but they weren't going to do a mugshot or anything like that. But in a short time, he will go before a magistrate judge and they will read the charges that have been filed against him. He's expected to plead not guilty. And at his defense table will be Todd Blanche and Chris Kise. He's the former Florida Solicitor General. The former president has not been able to put together his permanent legal team after the departures over the past few weeks of all of the defense attorneys.
What the fuck? It full screens when you hit the pause button? Why?
Case. Now, some people have asked me why.
It doesn't even pause. It full on cuts the feed. This is so dumb. This is so stupid.
Serious charges.
Yeah, they're very serious, and I don't think we can.
Thanks so much, Rich. James mentioned Vivek. So we're talking about Vivek Ramaswamy.
Love this guy, by the way. Hey, got a note, by the way. Energy outside the courthouse. Not looking that good, huh? Like, apparently the threat of violence was so great that both Trump's legal team and, like, the Florida government were concerned with violence from his protesters, you know, because their glorious leader is being taken in. But this looks kind of weak.
Presidential candidate on the Republican side of the aisle. Why is he there?
He wants to ride this, media circus to his own advantage. He's running for president. He's been campaigning probably more aggressively than anyone else, spending more time in Iowa, flew down there, appeared outside the courthouse earlier today. He has said that this is an unjust prosecution. He would pardon Trump if he is elected president, but then said, let's turn the page, let's have generational change, basically trying to thread this needle. We're seeing the different 2024 candidates take different tacks where they're similar.
I'm sorry, I really like the idea that you can tell a person is spending more time on campaigning because they've been spending more time in, like, Ohio. It's like this chick. It's like, in America, they do not have a democracy. They only have Ohio. Candidates go to Ohio and pledge allegiance to the Ohioan people and beg them for their support. And if the Ohio people do not support you, you cannot become leader and you are shot. And it's, like, kind of true.
Really trying to thread the needle in their own ways. Ron DeSantis is an interesting figure because he is the governor of Florida, the state that Trump is currently.
Oh, did he say Iowa? Well, whatever. They sound similar.
In.
Half listening.
you might recall after the Manhattan charges, he said, I don't know about paying off porn stars, and then defended Trump. Here he said, I was in the Navy, I was a JAG officer, I know how important it is to responsibly handle classified information, but this also seems like a witch hunt that they're going after Trump. So it's trying to both take a dig, but also not frontally attack Trump, be seen as defending him, but also creating a permission structure for Republicans to maybe move away. The Vivek Ramaswamy event is coming against the backdrop of a CBS YouGov poll that came out on Sunday, which showed that only 7% of Republican voters say that these charges, that this indictment makes them less likely to support Trump. 14% said that it would make them more likely to support Trump, and more than 60% said it would have no difference at all. Republicans are seeing these public polls, they're looking at internal polls, and they're behaving accordingly.
You know, Rhonda, it is such an interesting dynamic. This is happening in Florida, but it is a federal charge, a federal courthouse. Very different.
Holy fuck. Do you look at this guy? Holy shit. This guy's got like penguin phrenology. They kind of both do, honestly.
Than in New York, and what we saw there when we were looking at a very different structure of sort of who's in control and who's in charge. Ron DeSantis can't do a whole lot about this right now.
No, exactly right. It's a federal charge. Federal courthouses all play out under federal court rules. So, you know, Ron DeSantis can't intervene in any way or even play any role really in any of this. I'll also add on what's so interesting that this is playing against the backdrop of the 2024 election. The mayor of Miami, I was watching his press conference yesterday. He is someone who has kind of hinted that he may try to run as a Republican candidate as well in 24. So there's so much overlap right now about the election and about...
Why do Miami police look like they're dressed like cyclists? Because they are. Those are bike cops. Again, I'm telling you guys, I actually expected there to be like way higher threat of violence here. I'm kind of disappointed by the hogs, man. Like, these are serious charges being thrown against Trump. You know, this isn't like the campaign finance thing.
How it's all playing out while Trump is under indictment here, New York, potentially in Georgia as well. And again, we're just all waiting to see what happens.
All right, Trump is in that courthouse. Let's go now to investigative reporter Spencer S. Shue. Spencer, thank you for joining us. Walk us through the timeline of the investigation and how we have reached this really unprecedented moment.
So the key point was January 20th, 2021, when President Trump left the White House. At that point, documents that he retained, which were the property of the government, and he was no longer authorized to hold or handle classified information. You know, the backdrop to this is, we should note, that, President Trump was said by his own aides to be reckless with his handling of classified information. He famously showed an Iranian missile launch site off. He tweeted that, which showed the capabilities of U.S. satellites. He shared with a Russian diplomat information that was obtained from Israel from a confidential source in an Islamic state, potentially revealing a human source. He took briefing papers, from his intelligence briefs, maps, charts to his private residential quarters and didn't return them. So against this backdrop, he was briefed by his White House counsel that he needed to send documents to the National Archives when he left office.
It sounds so weak.
Lost since the Watergate era and President Richard Nixon leaving the White House. But instead, he directed boxes and boxes to be taken to Mar-a-Lago. And the indictment charges that after a year of efforts.
Okay, we've all gone over this, and this guy sounds boring. It is possible that things are going to get a lot louder and a lot worse should an actual arrest happen, or maybe at the arraignment, or yeah, it's difficult to say. Yeah, I don't really know. I think we have to remember that group hysteria is not like a permanent state of affairs. It is a condition that has to be cultivated in order to be maintained. And it might be the case that like the energy is just dying down a bit. Maybe like Trump was this big explosive figure when he came out, but it's been like nearly 8 years since that happened. And maybe even like the crazy MAGA hat types are, not to say they're any less crazy, just that the energy is dwindling, as it is with Trump, as he gets older. I guess we'll see. I don't know if he'll ever get arrested, though.
The government then saw that video recordings that showed movement of these boxes, and that led to an additional search by the FBI in August, where another more than 100 classified documents were found. The government has developed charges of obstruction alleged against President Trump and against one of his aides that moved those boxes allegedly.
Stay with this, Spencer. I just want to go back to James for this perspective of how significant it is to be asked to turn over documents and then go through this prolonged process, as Spencer's talking about, a subpoena, a search ultimately, and this discovery that people knew the boxes were there. It's not like they were in some very hidden storage closet 3 layers down, right? They were really hidden in plain sight, if you will. How significant is that in this situation?
It's very significant, and I'm really glad Spencer walked us through that timeline, because this wasn't sort of a surprise raid that they came and discovered documents. This was multiple requests at the highest levels of government, the top people at the National Archives asking for documents, getting stonewalled by Trump and his attorneys, then the FBI getting involved, going and asking, being told, no, there's not any more documents.
Yeah, I'm more entertaining than these guys. The actual arraignment happens in about 35 minutes. I am just really taken aback by the lack of energy. I don't know. I'm really surprised. It just seems so. It seems that of anything, that like this would be the thing you would see a disproportionate swell of attention for, because I don't know if an arrest is going to happen. The only thing that I could really think of that would like exceed this in potential energy would it wouldn't be the arrest, it would be the conviction. I mean, the DOJ did say that they would be able to conclude the trial within 21 days. That's just an estimate, but it's a sign of confidence. There's the Blacks for Trump section.
Biden and Pence fully cooperated.
Oh, this is the guy. This is the rap MAGA grifter guy. You've all seen him, right? Yeah, that's the guy. And he's with the Blacks for Trump, because they're all hipping and hopping for Trump, you know? They're all grooving or jiving or I don't know, whatever.
They allowed a full consensual search and turned over the documents that they had. And Trump didn't do that. He wanted to hold on to them. He said that they were his. He wanted to say that there were no documents. In some cases, like the love letter that is in Trump's own terms from Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader, to Trump, Trump said, that's my property. It was a letter to me. It doesn't belong to the government. So he had a firm view that these were his possessions, that they belonged to him. That he's not being prosecuted for violating the Presidential Records Act. That's not what's at issue here. What's at issue is that he had information that, if it was out there, could gravely and irreparably damage the national security of the United States. When he was asked to turn it over, he did not. And ultimately, it took a search warrant and an FBI search of the former president's property to get all these documents that he and his lawyers had certified had been turned over.
I want to share this news. A spokesperson for the U.S. Marshal Service says that the booking process has been completed for both defendants, former President Donald Trump, as well as his aide, Walt Nauta, who will be talking about more today. Let's go back to Spencer Hsu to talk about why this is happening in Florida.
How much worse is this than the Snowden leaks, like in the government's eyes? Oh. The Snowden leaks are nothing in comparison to this. Not even remotely close. Like they're not even in the same ballpark. Snowden was just like a rank and file agent. Donald Trump was the president. Snowden didn't leak top secret information. Snowden leaked the existence of programs that directly involved like surveillance over the American people, that kind of crap. Whereas apparently, like, Donald Trump is just like showing military and nuclear plans to like random people in his bathroom. You know, it's so incomparable. Now, obviously, with Snowden being a nobody and Trump being the former president, that means that, obviously there's going to be like preferential treatment because former presidents are, held in higher regard than just random agents. But in terms of like the threat this poses to American hegemony, in terms of like the actual threat to, national security, this is infinitely worse. It's incomparable. This is the worst scandal in American history. I would genuinely say that this is probably, if not the worst, at least in the top 3 greatest political scandals in American history. It's definitely worse than Watergate. I feel like a genuine argument could be made for the worst. Yeah.
The place where the
bias, because she has ruled in favor of Trump previously. People may not know her name, but you might remember she is the judge who was responsible for the special master in this case. And appointing a special master was because she felt that Trump and his legal team were right that he had executive privilege.
What would come even close? Iran-Contra is really, really bad. Andrew Jackson ignoring the court and doing the whole Trail of Tears thing. It's really, really bad. Obviously, like the whole, I don't know if you could say it's like a presidential or NatSec scandal with the whole like Kissinger bombing Cambodia, turning Laos into a smoldering crater. That if in terms of like lost human life, obviously that's infinitely worse, but I don't know if that's like a scandal so much as it is like an extension of the war that we had going on in Vietnam. Like, I guess if you counted that in a scandal, then that would be far worse, obviously. Japanese internment camps. Would you count that as a scandal? Okay, when I think of scandal, I don't think of like a thing the government does. I think of like a time that they broke the rules. I guess this is kind of like subjective. I'm thinking like rule breaking stuff. Whereas obviously like the Japanese internment camps, while morally abhorrent, weren't like a secret thing that FDR got found out for. They were a thing he just did. Because if we start including every bad thing you could do, then it's like, oh, it was like the massacre of the natives a scandal. Well, I mean, I don't know. Okay, we're kind of getting in the weeds here, okay? Let's not do the Oppression Olympics and focus on what matters. What matters is that it's actually quite bad. This is very bad.
Law. So you could cite that as bias and ask her to recuse. The Justice Department would be very, very unlikely to do that with the judge, especially because it would just sort of sour things. But what Judge Cannon could do is she could help drag this out. Traditionally, the Southern District of...
Let's agree on one thing for sure. In terms of national security and like classified document management or anything pertaining to like the leak of secrets, this is the worst. I don't think anything comes close. By far, easily on top. So there we go. That's that right there. That's on top. In that category, there we go. Easily.
Florida is these obstruction charges don't work. She could also throw out the Evan Corcoran notes. She could say, I disagree with the judge in Washington in this trial. I'm not going to allow this to be presented as evidence because it's a private, it is protected by attorney-client privilege. She could do a lot of things that make the case essentially unwinnable for the government.
And so it's so fascinating. I want to turn to Spencer on. So Spencer, of course, Jack Smith knew this and his team knew this as they decided venue. Can you talk a little bit more about the risks that they may have been willing to take to move this to South Florida?
You know, what we hear is that, you know, this is not an option. It wasn't discretionary. That Attorney General Garland or Justice Department officials in reviewing the final steps and leading this to the charging decision had a decision, and the decision was it's required by the Constitution, it's required by statute. If the obstructive acts occurred down there, they have to do that. You know, there's a little bit.
God, fuck! I should be a fucking news broadcaster, dude. Holy shit. Will we still be able to see Trump demolish DeSantis in the primaries? I don't think DeSantis has a chance in the primaries. I don't think that... I keep saying this, and I people think, like, you know, why? I just don't. I just don't think all of the stuff that made Trump of a dark horse candidate who ended up winning in 2016, Ron DeSantis has none of it. People aren't fascists because they're looking for a kind of, like, rote little government bureaucrat, a little bug man to get on top of things and do fascism. They're looking for like ultimate strongmen. Careful what you say, Trump was all seen as a joke. No. That's the difference. I'm not saying that DeSantis is a joke. I'm saying the opposite. The fact that Trump is a joke is why he did well. And the fact that DeSantis isn't is why he can't do well. Because right now the Republican Party is riled up for big, sweaty, goofy boys to be mavericks and take down the deep state, and to be charismatic and unflinching and unapologetic. And DeSantis can't do any of this. He's sweaty, he's effeminate, he's insecure, he's committee-driven, which means he changes his mannerisms when he's told to, whereas Trump never will. he comes across as insincere in an emotional way. Obviously, both of them lie all the time, but Trump is, if nothing else, emotionally sincere. The guy literally can't stop himself, you know? Whereas DeSantis is not. I don't think it's comparable. And the favorability ratings between the two, man. Like here, 538, Trump, DeSantis, favorability. This is from April 12th. Can I get something more recent? Who's ahead in the primary polls? Yeah, I just, like, look, it's been climbing. As Trump gets more and more involved in campaigning and gets louder and louder, like, DeSantis just, I think people see that DeSantis just does not act like the kind of politician that they want to vote for. Even DeSantis's favorability in Florida has gone down. Here, hold on. DeSantis favorability, Florida. Look at this. His unfavorability has been climbing upwards. This goes back to July 1st, so about a year ago, when you have about a 30-30 favorable, unfavorable on him. And since then, you've had a climb, favorable 37, unfavorable 46, which means that more and more people are weighing in. You know, before it used to be 40% were shutting up because, you know, I don't know, Floridians or whatever. And now it's like 25 or less, 25% or less. And I mean, it's like a distinct pattern, you know? Now, obviously, this is a bit of a jagged poll here. Not perfectly representative, but you can see, like, the later stuff. 2 YouGov polls from June 3rd to 6th right here, 39 to 51 and 36 to 49. This one from Rasmussen Reports, which I've never heard of before, says 49 favorable. But, you know, considering the fact that the whole appeal of Ron DeSantis is that he's been able to build, like, a fortress of fascism in Florida, the fact that the fact that he's not even, like, clearly winning favorability in his own state is not a good sign. Remember how bad it was for Elizabeth Warren when she couldn't even win her own state in the Dem primaries? Obviously, like, DeSantis would win over, like, a Democratic governor, but I don't know if DeSantis would beat out Trump in his own state. And that's just not looking good for the other states, man. That's not looking good. Do you think Christie's attacks on Trump might launder DeSantis' image? I mean, maybe. I don't know how much people care about Chris Christie. I'm not sure, Quoteth. It could have been an anomaly. Honestly, having the Make America Florida Again slogan is so stupid because not only is that objectively awful as a goal, but people kind of like to rep their own states. No, it's terrible on so many levels. First of all, Make America Florida is a ripoff of Donald Trump's thing, and people know it. 2, the rest of America does not want to be Florida. Even conservatives who live outside of Florida do not want to be Florida, okay? For 3, Republicans who tend to have a bias towards, like, state preferability don't like messaging that is basically saying Ron DeSantis will just be the big Florida governor if he becomes president. Like, oh, you like your state? You like living in Wyoming? You like living in Idaho? You like living in Ohio? Oh, well, sorry, buddy. Big Florida's coming in to muscle in on your territory, you know? It's a really dumb slogan that was desperately chosen just to scrape a little bit of clout off of Donald Trump's ass flaps. It's just, it's so stupid. It's a really bad long-term plan. Pay attention, American politics are happening. We're talking about American politics.
Where these boxes have been, did they ever go to the residence, where they come from, how are they stored? And he said, I'm sorry, I just can't help you, or words to that effect. The government has charged him with lying, charged him with concealing from Corcoran that these boxes they didn't have all the boxes in the storage room. He's charged with conspiracy, charged with obstruction. Those last 2 are punishable by up to 20 years in prison. Trump faces those same charges.
Thank you so much, Spencer Hsu. Really appreciate your reporting. James, so if you're Walt Nauta and you are getting booked today.
So is Trump getting perp walked? No, the motorcade, I believe, has already entered the courthouse. They're not going to risk having a former president physically walk into a building like this, you know. They drive him directly in, and the arraignment will begin when, you know, he starts making contact with the judge.
So we'll see exactly how this process works out. But some things will be done for Trump that would not be done for someone normally being booked. Walt Nauta is going to get the normal booking. Is that going to be a sobering moment for him, James, in terms of what he faces next? Because he's not the former president.
He's not. And there's a history of people who worked for Donald Trump who end up going to jail where they get thrown under the bus. And they're, you know, this is someone who's been incredibly loyal to Trump, someone who essentially is in trouble for his loyalty to Trump, which was professing to not know about the movement of the documents when he had been texting about it and moving the documents.
Dana, are you in chat right now? I got a Twitter DM from somebody mad you called Sneeko a retard because you're like hurting atypical people or something. This is a long DM. I'm holding you to account for this. Not for the content of the DM, but its length.
His fortunes to Donald Trump. It's not like Trump can flip on Walt Nauta, but I mean, Trump's defense could be Nauta was doing this, he ran it by me, that somehow he was the one who was kind of orchestrating the movement of the classified material. It wasn't me. But there is totally a scenario where Trump ends up getting off because, you know, some juror sides with him, and Nauta ends up serving hard time. And I'm sure it's incredibly humbling for him because he is someone who served our country in the Navy, who, you know, by all accounts and from his friends, considers himself a real patriot. And here he is.
Shut up, fucking liberals. Yeah, these career fascists who collaborated and conspired to hide documents in the government will have a real come-to-Jesus moment. Their patriotism will clash with the... No, it won't. Shut up. Dumbass. 23 minutes. Ugh.
Say that there are two tiers of justice in this country, one for everyone else and one for the former president, who they say is, you know, the indictment is extremely political. I just had a long conversation with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy about this, and he really denied addressing the crux of the case here, that it's not about the holding of the documents and the possession of the documents, but the unwillingness to give those documents back.
Okay, I responded to the DM, and I said that I think the left needs to be more casual about ableism. So that's my engagement. Oh, wait, I got 2 DMs on this? Just to note, your mod defend ableism with appealing to centrists instead of just saying, sorry, saying ableist slurs isn't okay. Kind of hypocritical from them to say being anti-gay is bad, which it is, and in the same sentence say a word with the same harshness as the F word for all us disabled people. Dude, oh, damn, dude. If you think that saying the F slur as, like, Sneeko or a fascist homophobe is comparable to, like, a queer leftist saying retard directed at the former person, then your priorities are so off. I don't think people understand how important context is this stuff, right? Because, like I say retard pretty often, but I would never, like, okay, I feel like a comparable example to this would be if there was, like, an activist who had, like, Down syndrome or something, because there are some, right? Like, there are, like, some people with Down syndrome that do, like, activism work, and I was, like, shit-talking their activism, and I was like, yeah, I don't give a shit what you have to say, you fucking retard. If I said that, like, that would be pretty fucked, right? Because the obvious, like, the delivery of the word isn't just, like, me using it, like, casually as a way of insulting people. I'm obviously, like, targeting that. And likewise, like, I say the F slur all the time, not on stream anymore, at least I try not to, but I don't, like, literally... like offended at gay people, like attack them over that, whereas Sneeko does, right? So I don't know. Like, I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, you know, if people are like, well, context doesn't change the fact that it's a slur. And it's like, well, no, it doesn't. But context kind of does change, like, the meaning of it, like the weight and impact and effect and consequence. Okay, sorry.
He was saying the same thing about 2 tiers of justice. And we asked if he had read the indictment, and he said no. And we're hearing that a lot around here. A lot of these Republicans haven't read this indictment. And so there's not much of a difference between the first indictment and the lower district of Manhattan and this federal indictment. And so, you know, there's a political calculation here. And off the record or in private conversations.
What the fuck is this?
You realize there were N-words in the SS,
Dude,
right?
you can just say. POV, you're going back in time to stop Bosch from saying a racial slur to win a debate. But Migos there. All right. Bosch wouldn't get this reference. I haven't seen the movie, but, like, I've seen so many people talk about it on Twitter that I know what the meme is. No, I want to watch it, just like you guys haven't shut up about the movie, so I understand.
Republican aide.
Was that a good look for the former president to have boxes in a bathroom?
I hate liberals.
Is it a good picture to have boxes in a garage that opens up all the time? A bathroom door locks.
All right, that's Kevin McCarthy and Leanne Caldwell. What he's referencing there is where current President Joe Biden kept documents that he got when he was vice president.
Yeah, so they're trying to make the comparison that Trump has been treated differently from Joe Biden, who also had classified documents, from Hillary Clinton. They're not bringing up Mike Pence that much, but they do mention Mike Pence. But the difference, of course, especially between all three of those cases, is
this coverage is so weak. Well, because liberals can never see this as anything more than like, haha, the bad man got caught breaking the rules. You know, like that's all they can do. And that's that weakness is why conservatives have an easy time deflecting a lot of the criticisms they receive, because to a lot of them, a lot of right-wingers think that the rules are fundamentally unfair. And then when liberals crow about Donald Trump breaking them, all they're doing is being mad that the status quo is being torn down. Now, in reality, the problem with Donald Trump here isn't that he's broken the rules. It's that the rules he's broken are actually quite important. And the way in which he has broken them demonstrate a contemptuous disregard for any of the skills and priorities necessary for being a political leader. It's not just you broke the rules, you know? Like, this isn't elbows on the table when eating. This is an important rule. But because liberals can only do this, like, is it a bad look that your president had boxes in bathroom? You know, why wouldn't they ask something meaningful like, does it concern you at all that the former president was showing top secret documents with no clearance to random people passing by? Does that not bother you at all? You can just do that to anyone. Like, because that would be like, well, undercutting the severity. But to liberals, there is no severity. It's just rules. There are only rules.
It's not a broad defense of the president. It's an attack against the Justice Department, the FBI, the federal government.
Oh, yeah, dude, that's even better. This isn't just about rule breaking. You're attacking the FBI. You're hurting the FBI's feelings. This is good. This is good rhetoric. This is going to work. This is going to work. This is going to change people's minds. You're being a meanie to the FBI, to our institutions, to people in power. Oh, I fucking hate them.
Is that Kevin McCarthy, a part of the reason why he is Speaker is because he had to make some concession to some of the hardline members of the GOP caucus in the House. So there is this idea that perhaps if he feels beholden, that he does have a group that could slow down legislation, as they did last week. House GOP members slowed down some legislation because they were upset about the debt limit agreements that McCarthy made with President Biden. He knows that that is a part of his calculation functions in doing his job as Speaker. He's also, been very friendly with Donald Trump. You'll remember Donald Trump used to call him my Kevin. After the 6th, McCarthy did come out and say that Trump was...
Don't you get offers to be on TV? I've been given some offers to stuff that might be on TV and syndicated. Sometimes the offers are okay, sometimes there's not. Usually it's just maybe you'll go on, maybe you won't. I was given the offer to go on Dr. Phil once to was it Dr. Phil or another doctor? It was a large program to be part of a program about like racism during the BLM protests. I would have been like the white person who was pro BLM, and there was a non-white person who was anti or something like that. Anyway, I got the call and I talked with the agent and the manager, but it didn't work out because it happens all the time, right? It's always like, we'll call you if we call you. Remember Jubilee? Yeah, well, the last time I tried to go on Jubilee, like, they canceled on me after I'd already bought my tickets for Los Angeles. So I couldn't refund the tickets because I didn't think they would cancel on me at that point. So I just had tickets to go to LA. That was annoying. Why'd they cancel? Well, I was going to debate QAnoners, and the QAnoners refused to get vaccinated, and the company that runs Jubilee refuses to have a bunch of unvaccinated lunatics like risk the safety of the people who were managing the engagement. So it ended up getting canceled. Apparently, like one of the people there was supposed to be like one of the candidates considered to be Q at the time, but that was a couple years ago. I don't know if like the thinking has changed on that with time. It might have. I'm not sure. I haven't kept up with it. Ron Watkins? That sounds right. I think it's Ron Watkins. I think it was that guy. Was it that guy? Wait. I'm almost positive it was this guy. I don't know if he was the one who was not vaxxed, though. It might have been... I think it was the other two people? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Related to withholding or concealing documents in a federal investigation. This is essentially part of the idea that
hasn't happened
they
yet, Graham.
were trying to hide information at Mar-a-Lago. Trump and Nada separately faced one count of concealing evidence with the intent to obstruct an FBI investigation, and then 2 counts for false statements. This is scheming to deceive the FBI that all the documents had been turned over, signing an attestation, telling your lawyers that there were no more documents. And then there's the, see at the bottom there, the 1 count on conspiracy to obstruct justice. This is also related to Trump specifically being accused of suggesting that one of his attorneys lied to the FBI, saying, why don't you pluck the document out? Why don't you say there are no documents?
Lying to the FBI. Notice how, like, are they not going to mention at all? Like, okay, leaving aside the fact that you hurt the feelings of institutions, maybe mention the whole, like, it could be bad to the safety of the country. That you would just have like casually showing top secret document, like it just like maybe focus on the effects this would have on people. Wasn't there a story about how CIA agents were getting killed at like much higher rates than they used to? That there's been like a swell of spies and CIA agents being killed, and it happened around the time that Donald Trump started to like be really open about like national secrets with people around him. Like dozens of agents getting murdered. Now, don't get me wrong. To be clear, the agents that we're talking about here weren't really agents. A lot of them were informants and journalists. So the people getting killed weren't like CIA deep state spooks or whatever. They were like a guy in Iran who was giving info on the Ayatollah to the CIA. So a lot of them were getting killed. I mean, it's reasonable to assume that could have been a product of a data breach. Now, how upset am I about this, right? Well, a lot of those people were probably pieces of shit. Yeah.
He had allegedly molested, and he didn't go to prison for the molestation. He went to prison for lying to the FBI about the payment. So these are all serious charges taken together, real criminal jeopardy, which is why his lawyers want him to fight the charges the way you win in court, not the
Pretty sure that's what an agent is. People working in the U.S. and the CIA called officers. Oh, really? Oh, when I think of, like, agent of the CIA or FBI, I think of, like, a person in a suit and tie with a silenced pistol. But yeah, okay, it makes sense. Do they deserve to die now? Well, for a lot of them, like, dude, if there was, like, a secularist in Iran, I can't really blame them for wanting to, like, share info with the CIA. Do you have any idea? Okay, first of all, everything in Iran is our fault to begin with. However, in addition to this, important to know that, like, right now, if you have no understanding of history, in Iran, if you're a secularist, you might think, man, it sure would be cool if, like, Iran could westernize and democratize with the help of the United States.
Are still here. There are a lot of people circling this courthouse in cars with flags, honking their horns, cheering, yelling. And when we heard his motorcade arrive, again, there was certainly an extra amount of energy as nearly everybody here, media and protesters, tried to get a good look at that. You can probably hear right now a big tractor trailer is coming down the road honking its horn. And now you can actually see that as well. I will say that on the way to the courthouse on Truth Social, former President Trump actually posted that he was on his way to the witch hunt. And that is rhetoric that we're hearing here at the courthouse from his supporters over and over again. Those calls that this is an unfair, unjust prosecution, persecution, if you will. Again, the word witch hunt I've probably heard 30 times today. And also, again, those familiar claims as with President Trump as the victim. Just over and over again today, his protesters, when I've talked to him, have said, listen, why not Joe Biden? Why not Hillary Clinton? And again, I'm a reporter. I'll let the legal analysts weigh in on why. But I will just say that the tone here is very anti.
I'm so paranoid about the a bombing today. I wouldn't worry too much about a bombing. There are people have swept this place like corner to corner. I would be shocked if something like that could happen. I mean, I guess it can, but like, yeah, I wouldn't be worried about that. Are you criticizing this individual coverage or dumb liberal coverage of this in general? Mostly this specific coverage. It just really, really bothers me how ineffectual liberals are at understanding the problems here, because liberals are concerned, like, overwhelmingly with the sanctity of institutions. Their rhetoric doesn't only not resonate with conservatives who might otherwise be able to have their minds changed when Trump has done something so bad. It actually cements them further into their positions, because now conservatives who hear about, like, the indictment and all these charges are going to go like, okay, what happened? And they're going to, like, look at stuff and hear a bunch of liberals going, they lied to the FBI, and they're going like, okay, whatever, and they're just going to, like, ignore it, you know?
Or a memento, something like, this is a letter I got from a world leader about a visit I had. This isn't a law that I have, bill that I have passed that is public and shows my signature. We're talking about highly sensitive documents. And as the indictment points out, it contains information that could be detrimental to the safety not only of America as a whole, but to America's servicemen and women.
That's right. Nuclear weapons, military movements. These are highly classified and sensitive materials. And to talk about the differences, because I think that's important, because there are a lot of Americans who just see an indictment, may not have read it, and don't realize how serious the charges are. But when you compare it to Biden, Pence, and Hillary, again, like we've said before, it was intent, it was obstruction that are different in those cases and the Trump case. There is, how it's been explained to me is there is the idea of what's called spillage in the classified and intelligence communities, where, you know, folks who have access to classified documents, there are times where some of these documents go on to, in Hillary's case, an unclassified server, an email server. It spills onto those platforms, and then the FBI and DOJ can assess, was that purposeful? Did the person want to keep those? Did they hide them from us? And in all of those three cases that a lot of people are mentioning and trying to compare to this one, no, that wasn't the case. And it is very clear, at least from the DOJ's point of view, that Trump, when asked, did not give the documents back. When subpoenaed, did not give the documents back. And then with Walt Nauta, he did not tell them about the movements of the boxes. That's transcribed again in the indictment. So again, it's all about intent, and then it's also about obstruction. And in these other cases, that was not the case that the DOJ arrived to.
So Barack Obama famously said, there's classified, and then there's like classified. And you know, when a vice president,
it's called classified, secret, and top secret. Those are the three, right? Obama, thank you.
Their schedule is classified before they go. Obviously, you don't want details about their movements going out, but it sort of is moot after the fact because then everyone knows what happened. We don't, to be sure, precisely know the nature of the documents that Biden had. We know some of the classified material Biden had in his possession dated back to when he was a senator, which he hasn't been since 2008. So it's pretty dated material. And it
the documents that Biden had were, I think some of them were like mildly classified, but it was just senator stuff. Senators aren't given, for the most part, the clearance that the president is, and they were just sitting there because, okay, guys, like there will always be some level of mishandling of classified documents. The point here is that Trump deliberately hid them, and also these were the highest possible level of top secret, and also he didn't try to hide them, and also he gave them back voluntarily. Like there was no, it's a vice president, yeah, but like there was no issue here. He was just like, oh, there are boxes in this garage, hand them back. Like there's no.
I want you to start, James, with talking about what Mar-a-Lago is, because it's very key to realize this is not just a man's home and a family's home. It's also a place where people can go.
So there's 150 employees who work there full time. There are hundreds of members who pay an annual, dues and can basically go anywhere at Mar-a-Lago except for Trump's private quarters. So Trump leaves office in January 2021. They fly down a bunch of these boxes, and initially they put them in the white and gold ballroom. We have a photo of that there. This is the pictures.
I want to show the Trump's family suite. I want to show you this first because that's where he lives.
Yep.
And that gives me a good orientation of where the Trump family lives versus the rest of the Mar-a-Lago club.
Yes, and so that really is the only area that's off limits to people. Obviously, Trump will still have close friends in there, but that's his private quarters. The rest is a club with pool and golf and lots of different things. People can be guests of members and come in. So there you see the photo from the white and gold ballroom. It's an event space. There are weddings in there, that kind of thing.
And you can really tell it's a ballroom. There's literally documents sitting on the stage of a ballroom.
So that's the first basically 6 weeks that Trump is post-president. They have all these boxes. They're trying to figure out what to do with them. Then in March 2021, they move them to what in the
arraignment should be beginning any minute now.
Indictment is described as the business center. And then in April, they move the boxes from the business center to the bathroom and shower area. That's what you see in the image on the screen right now.
So let's just stay there for a moment.
Already famous.
It's famous because there's a chandelier, there's a toilet, there's a bunch of boxes.
It even has a name. It's called the...
Trump's previous jury was instructed not to identify themselves, but do you think 4chan or the like will really not find out? When jurors' identities are protected, they're pretty protected. They're usually no video or photography of them is permitted. Their appearances aren't documented by like the person in the court who draws the drawings or whatever. They're brought in like tinted cars in like a motorcade and kept in back channels of the courthouse until they're finally brought to the stand. The only way you could really like leak the only way you could really get their identity is if either A, the jurors were stupid and said their identity, in which case, like, trust me, they've been given hours of briefing on the importance of them keeping quiet about this. Or B, like, Donald Trump was, like, fastidiously memorizing their exact appearance and, like, describing them to a bunch of, like police sketch artists to, like, yeah, which is not going to happen. Also, keep in mind, like, the level of protection for jurors in cases like this is significant enough that it wouldn't surprise me if they were instructed and coached on getting alibis for their time at the courthouse. Like, hey, listen, you are having a root canal, or well, not a root canal, but, like, so you are doing this at this time. You will return home after this is done, and you will say, you know, I like, do not tell your significant other, literally, like shit like that. They take it seriously. Walter.
So then they're moving boxes around. In January of last year, they load 15 boxes into Walt's car. Then in May, the FBI comes to interview Walt Nauta, and he says he doesn't know anything about moving the boxes around. And then in May of 2022, there's this grand jury that subpoenas Trump and says, do you have any classified documents? You have to turn them over. That's when Trump starts talking to his lawyers. That's when we get into the obstruction part of it. But it's a helpful sort of primer to look.
All right, Lydia, here's what you're going to do. You're going to pick up that phone and you're going to tell your husband. You're going to say, hello, sweetie. I'm sorry. Shopping at the grocery store is taking a little while longer than normal. The line's pretty long. Okay? If I hear any crying from you, if you try to send any signal, what am I going to do? You're gonna shoot me in the head with the pistol. That's right. That's what's happening.
2022, the FBI agents laid out all the classified documents they had found, and they took a photo that was that became public as part of court records.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And so Trump got very, very angry, and he said, you know, that was a staged photo. I didn't actually keep my documents like that on the floor of my office, and I don't think that was the suggestion of the court filing, but that was taken by FBI agents who were collecting those materials. Those other pictures we were just looking at were taken by Trump's own aides, who were basically communicating with a paper trail about what to do with all these boxes and where to put them, including, we haven't talked about Trump's family members, an unnamed family member, probably Melania Trump, potentially Ivanka Trump, texting with Walt Nauta, saying, you know, Trump wants to take some of these boxes on the plane to Bedminster. There's not room because we have all these suitcases. And then Walt Nauta responding and saying, you know, he's not planning to take the boxes. He wants to go through them and pull out some information. So this is all laid out in detail in this 49-page charging.
The arraignment should be beginning now. Keep in mind, we're not going to get footage of the arraignment for the, you know, for the same reasons that we talked about the jurors. I mean, there are no jurors right now. It's an arraignment. But they're also going to keep that shit quiet too. So the arraignment will probably not take that long because he was brought in by motorcade. We're not going to see him like walk in or get video footage. Yeah, cameras aren't allowed in federal courthouses. Never? Aren't they allowed sometimes on the judge's request? Cameras, federal courthouse. Limited to civil cases only, and require the approval of the presiding judge. Yeah, federal courts are resistant to cameras, so there are some very specific... Now, I gotta tell you guys, of the specific conditions where they'll allow cameras, arraignment of former presidents for Espionage Act violations, not one of them. We won't be seeing the inside. We'll know what happens after the fact. We'll get his plea of not guilty. There's no way he'll plead guilty. And then Trump will leave in a motorcade. And we'll see what happens.
Trump, through negligence or maybe some kind of attempt to get leverage on something, was going to show this to the wrong person,
I saw that.
and the wrong people were going to get a hold of it. And all of that is important, going back to Trump's intent, Libby, is because willful, excuse me, let me pull up the statute right here. It says willful mishandling of the material is what he's charged with. So not sharing the information or giving it to foreign governments or selling it or any other kind of nefarious reason.
She's cute. I like chicks that look like birds. How much do you think Trump has fucked himself here? This is pretty bad, man. I don't know if he's going to ever see the inside of a prison cell. He's certainly not going to see the inside of a jail cell. But it's pretty fucking bad. Do you think D is hot that? No, that's like an emaciated bird.
Or the implication is just because he was the president, he has this ability to declassify.
He's not a bird, a vulture.
Retroactively.
He's pleaded not guilty?
That does not match up with what's charged in the indictment in terms of his own awareness of his abilities.
No, exactly. And we all remember that when that came out, that he said, I could just declassify things by thinking about it. But it doesn't appear to hold water because we know he was aware of the sense.
So the plea has been officially made? Because he announced that he would plead not guilty, like, a while ago. He's pleaded not guilty. Okay, so the not guilty plea has been put in. Absolutely 100% not guilty. We don't know that. Well, people in chat are saying it doesn't matter. He will say not guilty. So like there's no universe where he confesses to any of this or admits guilt. Do you think he'll be allowed to run? He'll be allowed to run. Yep, he'll be allowed to run. Oh, after we're done with this bit, Annie, don't you worry. We'll get there. What's the difference between prison and cell? A cell is just a cell inside of a prison. The difference is between prison and jail. Jail is where you sit while waiting for your conviction or acquittal. Many people spend years in jail, even though they're not guilty of the crimes of which they have been accused. It's genuinely fucked because the court system takes so long to go through. Prison is where you go after you have been convicted. Yeah, that's the place you go once you've been confirmed to be guilty. Who will be the Republican nominee if not Trump or DeSantis? It'll be one of the two. It won't be anyone else. I've heard of people being convicted and sentenced to time in jail. Well, often what'll happen is that a person will wait in jail for their conviction or acquittal, and if they're convicted, the time for which they're to be sent to prison is less than the time they've already spent in jail. So the time you spend in jail is counted against your overall sentence. So if you wait in jail for 1 year and then you're handed a conviction, you're found guilty, and your punishment is 1 year in prison, they'll just go, oh, well, you've spent a year in jail, so yeah, and let you go.
That said, he's innocent until proven guilty.
Amber,
what if you're not guilty? Are you reimbursed? Very rarely.
Strong or weak they may be.
Yeah, Libby, I've been looking at what's filtering up because I want to stress we're not in the courtroom with his lawyers.
Oh, yeah, and if you have a very short sentence to serve, they'll keep you in jail. Like, if they just want to keep you, like, if they want you to be in a cell for 6 months, they'll keep you in jail.
Watching filter up from right-wing media and Trump supporters what Donald Trump might say in his defense and come up with two major categories, Libby. And I want to stress that both of them are fairly weak, given everything you and Rhonda and James have outlined that the indictment shows. First one is just simply that he was president. And so therefore that should be fundamentally different than lower level federal government employees charged with crimes for taking classified documents home. The argument there is he's just different. He's in a different classification level. Some of these lower level employees, our colleagues Perry Stein has reported, have been sentenced to years, even a decade in prison, just for taking documents home. One guy prosecutors framed as just a hoarder who that's where he kept classified documents throughout his 20 years on the job. He's now serving 10 years in prison. But he could argue, hey, I was president, it's just different. Like maybe there was this misunderstanding, for example, that I had these documents because at one point I did have access to them. But again, the giant hole in that argument, Libby, is what we've been talking about all afternoon, is that he can't argue he declassified them en masse anymore like he tried to when this investigation was going on because he's on tape admitting that those documents he shouldn't have.
The analysis is just so lacking. I feel like conservative media will push their analysis of these situations to the absolute limit of their abilities. They're wrong, of course, but I feel like they really get that as far going as they can, and it's always so insubstantial. It's so insubstantial, but that's okay. That's what I'm here for, I guess. Well, Araxial, I know that, but I'm allowed to complain about it. Does Trump really think he can dodge this persecution? Is he really that delusional? I assume you mean dodge this conviction. And the honest answer is that maybe. Again, we don't have any precedent for a former president being convicted on these grounds. We've never had a former president just die in prison. That's just not a thing we've had happen before. It'd be truly breaking new ground. As much as we all already know that the justice system is unfair and imbalanced towards those in power, those with wealth, sometimes I think it's important to remind ourselves of how real that stark imbalance is. Like, it's all well and good in the abstract, you know, like, oh yeah, the wealthy tend to spend less time or not go to jail at all. But like, really, in reality, like, we have to accept this. We have to truly understand how exceptional the situation is. Now, that being said, and I've been clear, I do think that the charges brought against him here are so bad, and the evidence for them is so undeniable and overwhelming, that there is basically no way for Trump to get completely cleared of them. I think that, yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see, right? We will see. I do think it says a lot that 2 judges immediately left after the indictment. I mean, think about it. You're a judge for Donald Trump. You have the ability now to defend a former president against federal charges for the first time in history. 2 lawyers. Yeah, 2 lawyers. Yeah, 2 lawyers. Wait, what did I say? Did I just say lawyer and you're all... Oh, did I say judges? 2 lawyers. Why would Trump have 2 judges? Yeah, lawyers. 2 lawyers. I thought people were saying I said lawyer. Lawyers. Yes, not judges. Lawyers. You can't have judges. Lawyers. 2 lawyers left as soon as the indictment came out. Now, you know, you have to think, right? This could have made these lawyers' careers. I mean, they could have been famous. Defending Donald Trump, a former president, against federal charges, espionage, like, that's a huge deal. And they just left. And I think the reason for that is because they don't think he can beat the charges. They don't want to be the guy known as the person who failed to keep a former president from being convicted on federal charges. They said no and left. They turned 360 degrees around and walked away, even. So, yeah. And new lawyers aren't accepting. That's right. He's not able to find new lawyers. Wow, guys, 180 degrees is turning around. Thanks for letting me know.
Classified documents.
Amber Phillips, thank you. Stay with us. Rhonda, does it matter to the prosecution if anyone accessed these documents who should not have? A foreign national, a spy, someone with political motivations. Is that relevant?
Dude, it has never been so easy to spy on the United States. All you have to do is, like, all you have to do to spy on the U.S. and get access to top secret documents is send over a wet, wealthy person, just a sloppy boy who sucks up to Donald Trump. And there's like a 50-50 chance every evening that he'll show you a bunch of cool secrets that he knows, you know? Like, seriously.
To the charges.
It may not be relevant from a legal standing because it's just the fact that he withheld and willfully withheld these information as well as the documents. So that's what the case is set on. But it is concerning that Mar-a-Lago, back to, you know, James laying out the geography of Mar-a-Lago, it is extremely accessible to people who are not with the government, to people who pay the dues to go to the club there. You'll remember back during the...
Why do you keep calling Trump wet? Because he's a sweaty, sloppy boy. Because he's wet. Because he's not like a stuffy suit and tie guy. Because he's like a wet, sloppy boy. He is. He's not dry.
That's sort of on the periphery. The case itself is that he had documents he shouldn't have, was aware that he had the documents he shouldn't have, and kept them from investigators.
Let's look at some footage from earlier today. This is from CNN showing former President Trump leaving his Doral Golf Club. This is this afternoon as he was on the way to the federal courthouse. He is still, to our knowledge, at that federal courthouse. He's gone through booking today. He is now appearing before a magistrate judge. There is Donald Trump heading over there. James, remind us why he is at Doral and how close it is to the courthouse.
So Doral, it's about a 20 to 30 minute drive. Probably normally would be just under 30 minutes. Obviously, he had the motorcade. This is one of his properties in Florida. He's called it one of his crown jewels. There's a golf course there that he really likes.
God almighty. Okay. My frustration with watching liberal news coverage will never end. I kind of want to watch the Fox News coverage, but the last time we did, the audio was terrible. You know, at least they would say something interesting. Want to tune into Fox News or Newsmax? Yeah, okay, well, let's try Newsmax, because the Fox News live player fucking sucks. Newsmax is running live, right? Yeah, with less viewers than us. Hey, hey. Wahaha!
Nick Morris, the last word we saw Alina Habba say there when John Huddy asked, how is the president? What is his mood? She said defiant. And of course, you know the former president quite well.
Well, I think defiant is one of the things. Of course, he's that. But
holy shit! Talk about a child rapist physiognomy and voice. Oh my god.
The way I think that he feels
very Christian mega pastor
made a crucial mistake and way overstepped their bounds. From Trump's point of view, he's been trying to have America understand that there's the deep state that
he does look like Chuck.
Stopping him from being president at all costs.
He looks like Chuck.
We resort to any kind of tactics to do it. And now he has absolute proof, not just in what Bragg did in New York, but in what the Justice Department is doing here in this case. And I think that he feels vindicated.
Doesn't sound like Chuck.
I would say is part of his mood right now.
Yeah.
Let me say that.
I'm sorry, Dick, just wanted to make sure that people were keeping track. We've seen the former president plead not guilty, and that we know that the prosecutors, those who have brought the case against the former president, do not consider him a flight risk. Not that we thought in any way, shape, or form that they might, but this is what's going inside the building that we've been keeping an eye on, the Miami federal courthouse. Go ahead, Dick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that Donald Trump really is a flight risk. I mean, I guess he could, but I think he's got too much of an ego. He spent his whole life never facing consequences for the terrible stuff he does. So I feel like, yeah, I guess he could flee to Russia or whatever. I just don't think he would. It would make him look really weak too. Think when Bolsonaro fled from Brazil to Florida, Bolsonaro like instantly lost a ton of clout in doing so. All of those Christian radicals in Brazil who were looking to Bolsonaro to save them from the poor indigenous people of the nation or whatever. And he just like fucking flies off to go sleep in a minion's bedroom in some MMA fighter's house in Florida, you know?
The moment that this indictment came out, Grassley, the senator from Iowa, was speaking on the Senate floor saying
the Secret Service can prevent it. Oh, yeah, it's also worth keeping in mind that former presidents are constantly surrounded by a detail of the best trained agents there are in the form of the Secret Service who would not let him flee, you know? Donald Trump has spent his entire presidency and post-presidency choking these guys and throwing fucking spaghetti nugget plates at them, or ketchup nugget plates, so they're not positively inclined towards him, okay? He tries to waddle to freedom, they would just hold him here.
So it breaks the story, overwhelms the story of the Biden bribery scandal. And I think that it was a deliberate effort to step on one story and promote the other.
Yeah.
They couldn't just stand the week of headlines of was Joe Biden bribed. So they figured
I hate this guy's voice so much. It sounds so nasally.
With documents.
Yeah, we were looking at tape from earlier. Video, I should say, dating myself, calling it tape, right? So we're seeing him before heading to Miami and the Miami courthouse, where he has pled not guilty to the 37 charges that have been filed against him in this indictment that we've referred to a number of times. So, Dick, how do you think this plays? You're somebody that's been there. As we look at the list of charges here, you have seen just about everything play out in the political world. How do you see this unfolding for the former president?
I think it does not hurt Trump very much. In fact, I just completed a poll that I did, where I found that his vote share against DeSantis, for example, is actually the same or maybe a little higher than it was before he was indicted.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that Newsmax would have the least pleasant human being alive. What about earlier?
We can expect in and around the courthouse today to be extremely tight and extremely busy here as Donald Trump will face a judge. Now, it will not be the judge Eileen Cannon that's been reported, so I want to kind of clarify that. Here's what we know about what Donald Trump will be facing as we look live.
Apparently, the judge presiding over the case, Eileen Cannon, is a Trump bootlicker. Do you think that has a chance of significantly affecting the case? Not too much, because again, convictions are done by juries, not by the judge. And the judge doesn't pick the jury. And for two, like, if he did some, like, wow, the jury has found you guilty on 26 counts for a total sentence of, like, 5 million years, but actually I'm going to give you, like, one little kiss in the cheek and a pat in the bum. If he did that, then I'm pretty sure they would, like, appeal the decision or something. Well, wait, can you appeal a judge's ruling? Wait, actually, hold on. Revealing my ignorance here. How do you contest a judge's ruling rather than a jury's ruling? You can? Okay, just making sure. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't wrong on that. I feel like I remembered that happening, but yeah, okay. So you can do that. Oh, communism? Hello?
Judge, no cameras were allowed, and also.
Oh, it's saying that the government is communist for. Oh, it's George Soros. See, the communist George Soros, known for how he communistly funded and enabled the shock doctrine, where capitalism and oligarchical rule was solidified across Eastern Europe and Russia. The communist guy, you know, who did capitalism really good. Yeah. Any chance the judge would just charge a few million in fines and call it a day? Again, I think that it would take extraordinary judicial misconduct to have a real effect here, and they could appeal the decision if they did. But it'd have to be pretty bad. Shock therapy, not doctrine. Shock therapy.
And again, we're watching moment by moment his arrival.
He can travel internationally. What the fuck? Well, yeah, because Donald Trump always has, Donald Trump always has his Secret Service detail with him. You can never sneak away as a president. That's not a thing you can do. It's whoa. Wonder what OAN is up to. Do you think they have an unpleasantly voiced person talking right now?
There is
not. And they're doing it one-sided, as your previous speaker just said. They haven't done this to Hillary Clinton and
the targeting Trump timeline.
Biden and the other presidents. They're just doing it to Donald Trump. It's a total shame.
And Congressman, you are a member of the Financial Services Committee in the House. And of course, we certainly do not want to ignore what Senator Chuck Grassley has revealed, that he has 17 audio recordings of conversations between that Burisma executive and Joe Biden. Again, the Burisma executive who allegedly paid Joe Biden. What are you seeing on this story that we might not have seen?
They're not doing anything live.
Well, it deserves a full investigation. You have these things that have been hidden and not pursued with President Biden and his family, and frankly, many other.
What is this live stream chat? Joey, can you say backfired again? Civil taxpayers war, Revolution 23. Jesus answered him, if I have spoken evil, bear witness of the evil, but if well, why smiteth thou me? This only makes Trump stronger. 559 gas warning, 189 arrested. Karen. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. Fish emoji. FJB. America stands with President Trump. It's schizo shit. Yeah, it's like literally like it's genuinely like peering into an old folks' home where they've all been given computers. It's phenomenal. Actual psych ward study group. Yeah, we have what you know as American evangelical Christianity has actually been an elaborate social science experiment by the Social Studies Department of Harvard University. We are ending the experiment now. Thank you for your participation in this process. Do you know how much the dollar is worth today? Probably $1. Isaiah 45:21-22. You're linked to current, you wizard. Laughing crying emoji. I love you, celestial biblical persona of me. I will not hit the like button, Bluestone. It's like actual mental illness. It's like genuinely. Like, this is why people are like, well, why do you insist on being ableist? And I was like, well, it'd be factually inaccurate for me to not be ableist. Like, if you ask me to not be ableist against conservatives and conservatism, you are asking me to walk away from reality. And frankly, I don't think that's ethical. Yeah, it's all spirit science. It's Christian spirit science, as opposed to pagan spirit science, the normal. Microphone peanut emojis. Where's the money, pal? Ha ha ha, just kidding. In bold, Joe Biden is stupid. True.
For the president, we might catch a glimpse of him as he leaves the courthouse
Oh.
and then as he makes his way to the Miami-Dade airport and returns to his home in New Jersey. So we'll keep you posted on all of that as it happens. But now we do continue our conversation on this.
Nope.
In addition, those polls showed Trump's lead over Ron DeSantis and his other competitors gaining. He's up in some polls by an average of 30 percentage points. It's going to be, if the election were held today, and it's not, it would be very hard for anyone to overtake him. And that's happening at arguably his weakest moment legally, when he's facing a serious indictment and what other Republicans have said are serious charges.
You know, Rhonda, what
I am so tired of this argument coming out time and time again, okay? Republicans will always outperform Democrats in favorability ratings prior to the election. And the reason for that is because Republicans are in a cult and Democrats aren't. Democrats can say, do I approve of Joe Biden's performance as president? But they'll still vote for him against Trump. Whereas in order to be a supporter of Trump, you have to be a 24/7 diehard. Like, Republicans don't have presidencies anymore where they're like, Trump's, I think he's better than the Dems, but that doesn't happen. You have to be like an insane fucking all or nothing lunatic. So favorability ratings aren't what you're looking for here. What you're looking for here is a direct comparison in who you're going to vote for. And that's when it always turns out. This happened back in 2020. This happened in 2016. People were like, oh, well, how many people like Trump versus how many people like Hillary? And not many people liked Hillary. And something like 40% of people liked Trump towards the end. So it's like, oh, wow, so Trump's going to win. Trump did win, of course. But in reality, the election was relatively close when it came down to like total vote percentages. Then in 2020, the same thing happened. How many people like Biden as opposed to how many people like Trump? The favorability rating nationwide for a Republican leader is always going to be between like 30 and 40% because that's the number of people who are Republicans and they are in a cult. Whereas for Democrats, man, like it varies quite a lot. This happens over and over and over again. Sorry, my glasses had a smear on them.
Indeed, there was the CBS YouGov poll we've been talking about, and you're absolutely right. But there's also an ABC Ipsos poll that really zeroed in on independent voters. And
that's kind of unfair. That's literally true. It's not a matter of fairness or unfairness. That is literally true. We have boatloads of statistical evidence on Republicans being like a unmoving political block of favorability, you know?
Independents were troubled by these developments and said that it would make them less likely to vote for Trump. So those swing voters, to the extent that there are some left in American politics, they might be turned off by this. Ultimately, too, putting aside the legal jeopardy and everything we're talking about, it gets at this idea of judgment and, just the breathtaking recklessness of leaving these documents out. At some point, does that cast doubt, not on the, Trump versus the government and the Justice Department, but just sort of, is this the guy? Yeah, is this the person that you really want? And it's ironic after 2016 when Trump made Hillary Clinton's handling of classified material so central to his pitch that this could then ultimately cloud his third candidacy for the presidency.
Amber, Rhonda talked about Donald Trump's role as kingmaker, but we also saw some disastrous results for some of the candidates.
Republicans making threats of, J.D. Vance here. Trump sycophant J.D. Vance announces he will hold up all DOJ appointees now. I think we have to grind this department to a halt.
So I've announced today that I will be holding all Department of Justice nominees that Merrick Garland will use, if confirmed, not to enforce the law impartially, which is his duty, but clearly to harass his political opponents. I think that we have to grind this department to a halt.
J.D. Vance lost his bid for election? He's not an official? Am I mistaken? Am I having a stroke here? He's the junior United States Senator from Ohio since 2023. No, he won? Wait, he has? Oh, wait, then who am I thinking of who lost? Who is the Peter Thiel guy who lost? You're thinking of Blake Masters. Oh, that's it. These were both like the J.D. Vance frontrunner guys. These are both like the Grand Cathedral, like a monarchist, like techno supremacy dudes. Okay, sorry, I got them mixed up in my head. My apologies.
Halt until Merrick Garland promises to do his job. And
oh yeah, yeah, they're very, very similar. Yeah, we would have just had like two of the same guy, up there otherwise. This guy's really loud. Holy shit. Tune it down.
To harass his political opponents. I think that we have to grind this department to a halt until Merrick Garland promises to do his job and stop going after his political opponents. Donald Trump is just one and the most recent example of the fact that Merrick Garland uses his department for political purposes.
He can't do any of this.
That Donald Trump, Senate leaders blame Donald Trump and his support, particularly of election deniers last midterm election, for them not having the Senate right now. And so I think it's very interesting to see these indictments further clear.
What the fuck is this? President Donald Trump's motorcade en route to courthouse, the entire highway blocked for procession. When has a freeway been shut down for an ex-president? That happens. Do ex-presidents have motorcades? No. Yes? Wait, lots of people have motorcades. It's just whenever you're trying to protect a VIP. This happens. Okay. Foreign dignitaries have motorcades. Okay. You can't indict a sitting president. Who's the real CIC? Ah, I see. So this is proof that he's the real president, actually. God, Republicans are fucking insane.
If they don't have Donald Trump as their nominee and the party is able to rid itself of election-denying candidates. That's not reality right now for Republicans, though. Donald Trump is leading in the polls. There are the election deniers who want to run for Senate again, and that has Republican leaders in Washington concerned.
Great questions, great points, Amber. Thank you so much for joining us. You know, James, there will be this question, and we'll have to wait and see how the evidence bears out about can Americans, if they...
True, I don't know why Vosh is all only juries matter. I'm not saying only juries matter, but they are the most important part of securing a conviction. There is a limit to the extent of judicial misconduct that you can get up to before everyone is just going to, like, go ahead and appeal the decision, you know? Like, I don't think the DOJ is just going to, like, slump their shoulders and go, like, oh, okay, well, there were, like, 58 charges that were found guilty, and the judge gave them a little kiss of the cheek. Like, obvious, like, I'm just saying, we have serious problems with our criminal justice system. I'm not saying we don't, but I think that people are underestimating how much judicial misconduct would be necessary to secure, like, a significant enough bias in the outcome of this.
You know, the first Republican presidential debate coming up in August. We have various court appearances. We've seen people like Nikki Haley start to change her tune a little bit. Even
no, I know judges can determine which evidence is allowed or disallowed, but a lot of the evidence against Trump here is like bulletproof. It's like direct, like signed text messages that they have backups from and like can get the cell companies that transmitted them like verified, and they have footage from Mar-a-Lago. It's like, again, if the judge is like, no, you can't admit this direct evidence that's obviously relevant, like that would be an example of judicial misconduct. That I would like. He admitted it on video. Donald Trump went into a recorded meeting and admitted to the crime on video. It's like, so like, now could the judge disallow that? I guess so. Yeah, I'm just saying like this is like so out there. You know what I mean?
That line about these are serious charges. I think it remains to be seen, and it's going to be a very important point as we move along, either in this case or maybe the forthcoming ones, how Republicans on the Hill, as well as those running against him, categorize all of this. This one particularly, because these are federal charges. I think when we were talking about polls back in the Manhattan case, a lot of people felt that that was a personal matter. It dealt with a mistress. This deals with classified documents that, if in the wrong hands, could harm us all. So you wonder if the tone is going to change at all as we move forward, and if there is a third indictment when we're looking at Fulton County, Georgia, and what happens there. So how are folks like Nikki Haley going to argue these points.
I wonder what happens if he does try to casually leave the country. He can. Donald Trump hasn't been labeled a flight risk. He's capable of leaving the country if he wants to. If he tries to, like, the problem is he's always surrounded by a Secret Service detail. If ever, like, if ever they wanted to bring him in, they, like, the FBI or whoever else would just have to contact the Secret Service detail, you know? And the Secret Service detail isn't just like 4 Trump loyalists surrounding him. They're part of a department of hundreds and hundreds of people who are held to a pretty exacting standards when it comes to protocol and behavior. If Donald Trump was allowed to leave and the Secret Service agents allowed him to, what do you think would happen to the Secret Service agents when they got back here? Right? Like, they'd have to leave with him. If the Secret Service agents, like, derelict in their responsibility to, like, keep a hold on the former president, then they're like, yeah, they're going to shoot them. Probably not actually shoot them, but they're in big trouble.
Archivist. He had no right to maintain them and retain them, and he kept them in a way at Mar-a-Lago that anyone who really cares about national security their stomach would churn at it.
It's William Barr, former Attorney General under Donald Trump. James, I mean, when do other Republicans take that perspective as well?
I think privately, a ton of them feel this way. Bill Barr's not going to be on any ballot. He's not running for re-election. Amber was talking about, you know, all the people who are kind of moderate Republicans and turned off by Trump. But there is a huge number of hardcore Trump voters who weren't involved in the political process before 2016 and 2020, especially in a state like Florida, that all of a sudden has turned from very purple to kind of red. And Trump has brought these people into the political process.
Marco Rubio being a cuck for Trump? Really? Marco Rubio?
Server, they don't belong at Mar-a-Lago. But there's no allegation here. Even if you read the indictment, nowhere does it say, and as a result, the national security of the United States was harmed in this way, okay? And you have to weigh that with an indictment that now is going to put our country in a deep, already divided and polarized country in a really dangerous place. Because now all of our...
See, this is what liberalism sounds like when it's coming from a fascist doing fascist apologia. This is the, like, oh, the institution of our democracy is crumbling from the division and the meanness with which we are treating each other.
Institutions are being undermined. Now the whole country, we're watching this spectacle play out on television, and it will for the next year and a half. Not to mention, there's real questions about whether the president can get a fair shake here. I mean, what lawyer licensed to practice in the Southern District of Florida, works at a firm whose clients aren't going to complain if he signs up the president, can get the clearance to do a national security, and is actually a good lawyer? How hard is that going to be to find to begin with, if you think about it? Then this thing will drag out. See what comes from that as a result. Meanwhile,
the idea that Trump can't find lawyers to defend him because it's difficult to find people with the right clearance and qualifications is so fucking cope. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I bet the 2 lawyers who resigned did so because they were like, you know, the gravitas of this case is so great that, you know, I don't even feel qualified to handle it personally. Damn.
Recklessly, cavalierly handled national security material.
Let's look again at the charges that Donald Trump faces. I'm going to get out the charging documents here and look them over as we read these counts, 31 counts of willful retention of national defense information. James, they each carry 10 years. 10 years each on each count, maximum sentence. Then we also see 3 counts of withholding or concealing.
He's probably likely to be leaving the courthouse pretty soon. Yeah, Donald Trump being defended by a public defender would never happen, but it would also be the funniest thing to have ever happened in human history. The idea of, and I know it would never be filmed, protection of the jury, blah, 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 but like, if you could just imagine some, like, oh my God, some, like, 26-year-old who's, like, 4 months out of their, out of passing the bar, who's just like their body is just covered in a sheen of sweat. Their necktie is like weighed down with the soggy fucking sweat that they're drenched. Like they're just losing their shit. Donald Trump is like, you're going to do great. Okay, I'm not guilty. I never did a thing. Just tell them that I'm not guilty. It'll be fine. You'll do great. And he's, yeah. Fuck, that'd be funny. Do you think there's a chance the DOJ and other departments want to send a message and fall really hard on him? Well, that's the thing that kind of gives me a bit of hope for a conviction here. It's that the administrative state in the United States is really, really powerful. So for those of you who don't know, right, you know the president's cabinet, right? The president's cabinet is a group of administrative leaders selected by the president who directly advise him on all matters relevant to the functioning of the executive branch. And the administrative departments they run, Department of Energy, Department of Education, the Department of Justice, that kind of stuff, have the ability to pass regulations. Regulations are done in a technocratic fashion. They're not voted on. They're passed by that administrative branch. This is a way of circumventing, Congress, which takes a long time to do anything and is full of retards. So the administrative state is fundamentally undemocratic, apart from the fact that you get to vote in the president who chooses the administrative state. But that's not really democracy. However, in a functional sense, we do kind of need these regulations because you can't have Congress voting on every one of the infinitesimal, highly technical things the Department of Agriculture is voting on. Do you want Congress? Do you want those idiots voting on Department of Energy policy? Like, come on. No. Like, there's a balance here, and there's no perfect solution. The thing is, the administrative state is really fucking powerful. And as I understand it right now, the administrative state fucking hates Donald Trump. They have to, because Donald Trump was getting all these top secret security briefings. You know, he's getting a sweat because he's a sweaty boy all over these top secret briefings from all of the cabinet heads, you know, all the administrative leaders. And he's like gathering them up and he's like, yeah, that's great. And then he's just like showing them to Kid Rock in his bathroom while dropping a turd, you know, like the administrative state takes this stuff seriously. And he's just like, you know, he's just having a grand old time, right? Likewise with the Pentagon. Do you think the Pentagon, which is staffed by the most ghoulish men in the world, do you think that they appreciate like having an idiot like game show host taking their top secret documents and just like doing whatever with them, tweeting out like info that reveals they have top secret satellite tech over Iran or like nuclear secrets and shit? No. So I think the fact that the administrative state is like probably hates him. I you know, a group of technocrats whose trust was violated by him, I feel like that, I mean, that's a lot of weight, right? That's a lot of political power against him. Not democratic power, but political power. And what I keep hearing, what's crinkling? I think one of the cats has like found a toy or something. 1 second. What are you doing?
As the grand jury investigates January 6th and the fraudulent, the phony fake, the slate of electors that said Trump won the election, still on his legal team. Evan Corcoran essentially took detailed notes. He recorded voice memos on his phone that translated into text after his meetings right after with Trump, and Trump said, you know, maybe we can make the documents go away. Trump sort of made a motion about plucking bad documents and taking them out.
Wait, slow down and tell people that story, because if they haven't read the charging documents, they may not know about this.
Totally, thank you for that. So the government subpoenas documents. Evan Corcoran goes to Mar-a-Lago, and he essentially signs because Trump told him to. Trump said, no, I've turned over everything I've got. He signs an affidavit, a sworn affidavit saying, we've turned everything over, we've complied with this subpoena. And one of the things that Trump's accused of is part of the obstruction of justice, is hiding some of these documents from his own lawyer, because the lawyer is an officer of the court and is attesting that the documents have been turned over. And so because attorney-client privilege would normally protect this information, there is an exception called the crime fraud exception. And if you just have someone who you're calling your lawyer who has a law degree and you're conspiring with them to do illegal activities, obviously your communications with them shouldn't be protected. And so Beryl Howell, a judge in the U.S. District Court here in D.C., said the crime fraud exception applies, and Evan Corcoran's private note.
Do we know why Trump kept the documents? I imagine a good portion of it is probably just he wanted to show off to people. A lot of it's an ego thing. Like, he's the president, so like he gets to do what he wants. And let's be real here, he almost definitely showed a lot of those documents to foreign nationals and spies. Well, like 100%. We have evidence of a couple of times he showed it off because he was stupid enough to admit it on tape. But he, like, a ton of people come in and out of Mar-a-Lago. Like, the idea that he never would have shown any of that to other dignitaries or nationals when he's just casually showing it off to randos? Yeah, I don't think so. Probably the Saudis.
orbit just a few months ago as part of this Manhattan case. He's the guy who defended Paul Manafort, Trump's 2016 campaign chairman, over money laundering charges, for not paying taxes related to his work in Ukraine.
That would actually be my best get. If there was any kind of like underlying method or like broader thing that was being done here, my guess would be that he was showing top secret intel on Iran to Saudi Arabia. That's my guess. Or possibly Iran and Afghanistan. That it was probably like that was the line where things were being looked at. That's just my guess, you know.
Who could be part of the legal team to sort of build the pool. These lawyers are pretty stretched thin. You know, Rhonda was talking about all the different other cases that are pending.
I want to talk to you about the New York case for a moment, because we've been talking about this federal case. We've been talking about the challenges that Trump's lawyers.
And what coincidence, the Saudi government invested billions into Jared Kushner's business right after meeting Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. Do we really think the whole thing's going to take 21 days to wrap up? Well, hey, that's the DOJ's determination, you know, not mine. I'm no expert on. I mean, they have what they have, right? We've seen the indictment. That doesn't mean we've seen the evidence.
Like this time, but in the Manhattan courtroom. And this was a huge deal at the time, still a huge deal, because we're watching to see just what Trump's legal...
There was a huge purge in Saudi Arabia starting in 2017. Some people think that it might have to do with... Oh, interesting. I didn't know about this. The mass arrest of a number of prominent Saudi Arabian princes, government ministers, and business people on the 4th of November 2017, and the following weeks, the creation of an anti-corruption committee led by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. You're suggesting this might have something to do with, like, intel leaks? I don't know if that's true. I mean, I suppose it's possible. It started right around the time Trump would have had the ability to provide information. I'd have to look more into it before I could say for sure. As if the Saudis give a fuck about corruption. Yeah, oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're super concerned with corruption. Yeah, okay.
Essentially using business money to pay campaign expenses and then trying to cover it up and orchestrate a scheme. You know, that is essentially corporate
What are we expecting
fraud.
The trial? Not sure.
And you know that's actually a statute, Rhonda, that's, you know, as you know, often used in New York, and it's separate and distinct from the New York Attorney General Letitia James.
Is Fox News doing better now?
If you or a loved one...
I hate the Fox News website. What? I want to strike a balance here, you know? They really don't have a live stream on their YouTube channel. Mm-hmm.
Nicole, you're familiar with this Judge Goodman, who is presiding over this afternoon. What do you think about that?
You know, Judge Goodman, he's a great man. He's fair, and you know, it is what it is. But I'd like to comment real quickly about what some of your previous guests have said. As a former FBI agent, and I am in close contact with many retired agents, I can tell you that the general consensus among many is that the FBI is politicized. And they do not, as agents, we do not always see equal enforcement of the law, and that is not appropriate. You must put your political opinions aside and be fair, and you know, it's unacceptable. Anything less than that is unacceptable. And it does matter what's happened in the past. It absolutely does matter, because that Americans see that. They see this constant pattern of only going after one side of the political spectrum. And that is not, it's just not acceptable. And for them to say, you know, no one is above the law, that is correct. No one is above the law. So we should expect, you know, this FD 1023, that came out because of a whistleblower. If there are 17 tapes, let's see if those actually exist, and let's see what the FBI does. You know, all of these cases were over and over. It seems that, you know, they slow walk people that are on one side of the political spectrum, but aggressively go after those on the other side.
Isn't it crazy how even at like 144p, you can tell she has the physiognomy of a Fox News host? right? Like, even with this level of blurring and all the artifacting and stuff, it's still really easy to tell.
That undermines the law enforcement and justice system of this country.
Yeah,
and so it does
a very
matter.
sad state of affairs. And
sad.
You know, I want to make clear, Andy, that we're, you know, in pointing out these other cases, you're not suggesting in our conversation, we're not suggesting that what's in this indictment isn't a serious potential offense. We're just saying that we're at the beginning of the process. We haven't heard from the other side yet, but that these things, for these things to be treated equally, I mean, it feels like the American public just really need to have people in charge who they can look to and see examples of their fairness, of the way that they treat both sides in order to restore some sort of confidence in the system, Andy.
Yeah, well, when I hear
fascist ideology is rooted in insecurity and feelings of victimhood more so than anything else, which is why it's absolutely critical that they non-stop point out that they are the victims of some kind of witch hunt or persecutorial intent or just some specific bias. They can never defend what they've done on the merits alone, which is why, by the way, you haven't heard any Republicans defend Trump yet. You haven't. Not defend Trump on the case, at least. You haven't heard Republicans talk about how, oh, this specific thing, that specific thing. No. Instead, all they do is whine about Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. Now, are these complaints easily rebuked? Can you say, well, these are clearly incomparable? You could if you want, but you could just say, if you wanted to ignore the argument altogether, oh, sure. We'll talk about them later, sure. But, like, specifically, will you defend Trump? Like, what? So are you saying they're all equally bad? Because Trump wanted to lock Hillary up. So now do you want to lock Trump and Hillary up? Is that the standard you have? Because otherwise you're suggesting that you have a bias, and then you have to force them to defend their own case, right? But they don't want to do that. They don't want to defend their own position because, A, this is a pretty tough bid to defend. Trump has really done well for himself here in terms of fucking himself over. And B, you know, moreover, they don't mind what he did because their sloppy boy did it, right? They don't give a shit what he did. He could have done anything. If he raped a kid, they wouldn't feel any, like, negative. Like, hold on, he has raped kids. If they, like, had, if video footage of it was released, they would do the same thing as they've done here. They would go, here, look at these video clips of Joe Biden, like, leaning over a girl in a kind of creepy way. Hey, you didn't have a problem with that. So what about this? So why do you have a problem with this 24 minutes of fucking Donald Trump being caught, like, doing pedophilia? So look who's being a hypocrite now. There's no actual interest in engaging with the ethics of the situation. This is a product of the deficient brain functionality of the conservative. Even liberals are capable of understanding criticisms of their guys, right? Like, not all of them. Some liberals are in a cult. But most liberals, I think, if a liberal leader does a bad thing, they can go, okay, that was pretty bad. They can criticize. They're capable of it. Whereas no Republicans can. The Republican Party is based entirely on people who will just swallow anything their leaders give them.
I know I do make some positive changes in the country. And the next most egregious error that he made was winning the 2016 election, because from that moment on, he has been under complete attack. Now, that's not to say that some of these attacks have not been earned. Yep. Through behavior that, as Vivek Ramaswamy said, you know, he said he would have handled things very differently. But the constant attack is absolutely undeniable. How does he do it?
I don't know. And I don't know how our country does it. I mean, think about this. This is not just the first former president ever indicted.
I'm so sorry. What the fuck is this? Overwatch 2 story missions will cost $15 for permanent access. I'm sorry. Are the story missions in Overwatch 2, which were supposed to release initially and now have been pushed back by, like, multiple fucking years or whatever, are they like renting a movie on Amazon Prime where you pay like $5 to play them once, but you have to pay $15 to always have them? What the fuck is going on? Literally, what the fuck is going on? The gaming industry, dude, if you play big budget games right now, first of all, if you play Blizzard games right now, you're a cuck, you're a sucker. I just bought Diablo 4, I'm including myself in this. I played it for like 5 minutes and realized, like, okay. But if you buy AAA games right now, I don't know, man. Holy shit. Any live action game. If you buy live action games, you're cooked. Your brain is cooked. Okay? I don't know. I have no idea. It's so bad. Yeah, it's live service. Not live action, live service games.
joint program with the Japanese government where they had foreign nationals. There was Antony Blinken's office where he was greeting foreign
Sandman,
visitors
it's not
all the time.
your fault.
That was
It's the
caused his
producer's
boxes
fault.
containing hundreds
The
of
money
classified
people.
documents to be transported from the White House to the Mar-a-Lago club. Joe Biden caused documents to be transported to his home and to the Penn Biden Center. It goes on and on. Now, what they say, they're saying that they're charging him with the willful retention of classified documents.
Well, they're saying for 18 months he resisted their request. They said, look, we're coming down, we're coming down, we're coming down. And they kept, they say, moving the boxes around. And that's how they got to the
Nice
raid.
searching for
And that's,
genitals.
as you say, that's where, if he had just given back the documents, none of this would be happening. But the Espionage Act doesn't require willful retention. The standard in I'm going to read you the Espionage Act. Through gross negligence permits defense information to be removed from a proper place of custody a person who does that shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years. The standard in the law is gross negligence. They can make the reason they've chosen willfulness is because they want to distinguish it from Joe Biden, but that's a political decision.
No. Willfulness and intent are massive. The reason they're going for willfulness is because it's far, far worse. The willfulness is a pretty important distinction between, like, oh, some secret documents just ended up being kept in a fucking garage for some years, and willfully hiding it from the FBI and showing it off to whoever wants to. He actively tried to hide the documents. None of this would have happened if he had just turned them over when requested. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Just straight up lying.
Gathered along the sides of the street, enormous police presence and Secret Service surrounding the former president as he leaves the courthouse here. Let's bring... All right, Mark Meredith is on the scene. Let's go to Mark with his take from where he is. Mark.
He's leaving the court.
Martha, good afternoon. Just an update to this story. We just got done speaking with our Fox representative who was in the courtroom, and he tells us that the former president did not say anything during this arraignment hearing, instead allowing his legal team to speak on his behalf, saying those words, not guilty. We also know that Mr. Trump is going to be released on his own recognizance. He didn't have to surrender his passport. Of course, a bit different than you'd see in a traditional criminal setting. This already is kind of what we expected, given what we saw in New York earlier this year. We had kind of an idea of what to expect, but also had a chance to speak with our producer, who told me that the former president never made any eye contact with the special counsel, Jack Smith, the person who is bringing these charges on behalf of the Justice Department.
No!
We were curious of whether or not we'd see any sort of, stand down behavior between the two men, and it appears that they did not interact at all. Trump, however, again, is choosing to stay very quiet and allowing his lawyers to speak on his behalf. It's also understanding that Walt Nauta, the aide that was also charged in relation to this case, did not have a formal arraignment. He is still seeking legal counsel at this point, someone to represent him down here in Florida, but that the same rules are likely to apply for him. It's the judge ordering today that Trump not discuss this case with those witnesses, people that may be influenced by the events that happened at Mar-a-Lago throughout 2022. Our producer, though, of course, still saying we're going to get...
Dude, he's fucked. That's so bad. That means that his lawyers talked to him beforehand and they were like, listen, this is actually a big one. Like, for real. You can't do this shit. Like, you will actually die in prison. You shut up. We will talk. And he didn't even make eye contact with the special prosecutor? Oh my God. Who doesn't look at the prosecutor, man? That is actually a huge change in behavior for Trump. Trump normally, he doesn't shut the fuck up. He'll look at anyone. You know, he's very confrontational. Somebody had to have him a sit down. Somebody had to talk to him. What if he just leaves the U.S.? He can leave if he wants, but he's surrounded by a Secret Service detail that'll bring him back if needed. It's so Jover.
Who was also at the courthouse today. Mayor Suarez, thank you. Good to have you with us. Your thoughts on what you watched play out today?
Well, thank you for having me. Thankfully, there were no major incidents. As we said, we would be prepared to make sure that the former president could get in and out of the federal building safely. That appears to have happened. There were no arrests. I can report that. And, you know, it seemed like sometimes the press wanted there to be something happen. They questioned our police department's tactics. We were working hand in hand with our Miami-Dade County officers who were present, obviously federal agents, because that is a federal building. And, you know, all the protesters came, they expressed their constitutional right to express their feelings on this matter. And thankfully, it was done, peacefully. And I think that's what we expect of Miamians, of visitors. That's what we expect of Americans. It's a beautiful thing to see people express their constitutional rights and be able to do it in a peaceful manner without any major incidents. Unlike what I think it's felt like some people were hoping for when they kept questioning what our tactics were, which were obviously very well prepared. I want to thank our police department for doing an excellent job, and hopefully there will be no incidents as the day unfolds.
Yeah. I know that on a separate political note, Mayor, a lot of people have wondered whether or not you are going to be the third Miami politician to throw your hat in the ring for the presidential race. You've spent time in Iowa, you spent time in New Hampshire. Where are you on that decision at this point?
I'm going to be making a big speech on Thursday at the Reagan Library, Presidential Library of Ronald
Sorry, I was
Reagan.
tweeting.
So stay tuned to that. It will be at 6 p.m.
I will not stay tuned to that, actually, because I don't care. Thank you. Okay, that's pretty funny. Did I see the anti-Trump guy? I am an anti-Trump guy. Anti-Trump protester. Wears prison costume approaching Trump motorcade. What the fuck is this video format? Ad before a news video? I hate things. I hate life.
From above just a short while ago of a protester who's one of the few anti-Trump protesters here today wearing a prisoner outfit approaching the motorcade. Now, Lester, this is on the other side of the federal courthouse. Where I've been reporting from is where you're allowed to stand, where protesters are congregating. On the other side is where they brought the president into the building.
Damn, dog, he's lucky. Running past a barricade to approach a former presidential Secret Service motorcade. Gotta say, man. Yeah. They just shoved you back, man. That's like the nicest possible. Like the stream. Like why'd you link my stream? Oh, to tell people to like it. Hey, like the goddamn stream. Do you like how I leech content from these cuckold news organizations? Then like the goddamn stream. Hit that motherfucking button. Oh. And since Trump's leaving, I'm hitting the ad button. You can't stop me. I hit it on 12K viewers. That feels good. That feels good. Ah, yeah. Fuck, slam that shit down.
And you'll see him approach the motorcade and immediately be stopped. So in some sense, it's testament to the fact that the security plan here is working. Although we also saw maybe an hour ago someone walking right next to the federal building behind me holding up a sign that says this ain't Fifth Avenue. And that person...
Boss just got himself a steak dinner. Hell yeah, baby.
Lester just strolled right along the federal courthouse. Now, there's been a lot made so far about the fact that there's no hardened borders, or hardened perimeters, I should say, which means that you won't see, generally speaking, metal barricades or jersey walls or anything of that sort. In terms of security and blockading the presence of people, what you see here is just some police officers, several police cars preventing you from getting into the main area, into certainly the entrance of the building, and then I'm told the street...
That guy really is lucky that he didn't get a shot, by the way. Seriously.
Possession after he left office in January of 2021. The atmosphere inside the courtroom from those people who were inside tell us that it was fairly quiet, that Trump did not say anything to the judge, instead allowing his lawyers to speak on his behalf, entering the actual words of not guilty. We also know that his former military aide, who's also facing charges, was in the courtroom today but has yet to get counsel. So the formal arraignment for him was put off, I believe, until June 27th will be the next date for him. As for Trump, of course, this has been just a wild couple of months. And I say that because, of course, this all started back in last year when the FBI began its investigation into where they were trying to find the placement of these documents. The representatives from the former president have made it clear that they feel this is political persecution, that the government is simply choosing to single out Trump as opposed to others who may have, in their view, committed similar acts. We did hear from a spokesperson for Trump outside the courthouse not long ago. Here's what she had to say.
The decision to pursue charges against President Trump,
maybe they
while turning
dislike
a blind
us
eye to others, is emblematic of the corruption that we
Wine,
have here.
wine.
A turning point in our nation's history.
Why'd Joe Biden get 2 hot dogs, but I only got 1?
So what will happen next? Well, we know the former president.
Why does the DOJ let you have so many hot dogs?
Is getting away to beat the Miami traffic. He's got a motorcade to the international airport, and he'll be taking about the 2.5-hour flight up to New Jersey. He will be speaking tonight from his golf club, which, of course, there will be a lot of focus on what he has to say. But given what we've seen on social media already, it's very likely he's going to be repeating some of those same claims that he feels that this is just a continuation of an attack on him. Whether or not this is going to have any major impact on his presidential campaign, that is still yet to be seen, Neil. We've heard from some of the candidates that have had to weigh in whether or not they would pardon Trump if they were sent to the White House, if he were to be convicted on these felonies. We'll be looking to see, of course, when another court date may be set. All of this still in flux. And I know you'd be interested in this as well, Neil, is that while Trump, of course, is a criminal defendant, he did not have to surrender his passport. He did not have to have a mugshot taken. He was electronically fingerprinted. But again, there were not some of the same parameters that we see with other, criminal defendants in this case. We'll be looking to see if he beefs up his legal team. He got rid of some of his lawyers just a few days ago, people that have been with him for the last several months. So certainly an indication the strategy here.
Sorry, just following the fat baby.
And Neil will be looking to see what the former president has to say just about 4 hours from now. Neil?
Another gem that comes with the.
All right. I think the major takeaways from this, above everything else, right, are A, Donald Trump was quiet in the courtroom, which is pretty unique for him. And B, there was surprisingly, it seems, no violence. I can't rewind on this player. He got rid of the lawyers. Haha. Oh, he got rid of the 2 lawyers who quit. Right. Yeah, okay, sure. Right. No violence there. I'm surprised by the lack of energy. I'm not surprised by the lack of energy in the courtroom. Because again, like the fact that Donald Trump kept quiet, didn't even, not making eye contact with the judge. They specifically said that multiple times. Not making eye contact with the judge. Who doesn't make eye contact with the judge? That's like, I don't know. I feel like if you're sitting there, you would make eye contact with the judge at some point. That seems like a thing you might do. It's not like Donald Trump is autistic and averse to making eye contact, right? So, I don't know. I feel like he's been what's the term? Cowed a little bit? Like he's been talked down like a dog. They say with the judge or the prosecutor. They said that he didn't make eye contact with the judge or the special counsel. So he just sat there and, I don't know, like fumbled with his fingers, like looking down. Prosecutor, not judge. No, they said both. They said judge and special counsel Jack Smith. Yeah, he didn't make eye contact with anyone. He's just, he's playing Game Boy. I don't know. It seems pretty noteworthy to me. Listen up, folks. That's the end of us covering the arraignment. It's not the end of us covering politics. Did you know that other political things happen? I knew that. And if you subscribe, you might find that out too. It's a little tidbit of information that I'm providing from me to you, You can find that out yourself. Still ask for people to sub on the side. Oh my God, Vermin. My God. 2 steak dinners in one stream? My goodness. Why is he going to the airport for such extreme charges? He might try to escape the country. Okay, for the 4th time. Donald Trump can leave the country if he wants. They didn't take his passport. They haven't deemed him a flight risk. He can leave the country. It wouldn't be exceptional if he did. He has a Secret Service detail that keep around him, that protect him. If they wanted to get him, the Secret Service detail would get him. They would bring him back. He can't escape them. Steak dinners, Vermin. They can't let him leave. Here, I got a couple of links here. Can he go to Russia? No, the United States is blocking flights to Russia. We're sanctioning. He would have to go to an intermediary country. What if he flees to Russia or Saudi Arabia? Okay, for the 5th time now. If Donald Trump boards a plane to another country, the Secret Service will be on the flight with him. If Donald Trump landed in Russia or Saudi Arabia and said, oh yeah, actually, I'm going to leave now, goodbye, they would just grab him They wouldn't. And it's not like this Saudi Arabia is going to open fire on the Secret Service. Like, it's not, he can't leave. He can't leave. He can't leave. I mean, he can leave the country, but he can't flee the court system in this case. What if he put a little box on himself like Solid Snake? Well, you know, have to be a pretty big box. He's a big guy. Trump executed again? Yeah, I saw that. So in other news, oh, I guess that's an option, right, Tempest? Oh, except Musk likes DeSantis. I saw Punk Deadpool. We'll see how it goes. What if rogue Secret Service agents help him escape? Then they would all be, they could never return to the United States. All of those Secret Service agents would be traitors. The responsibility they have to protect the president is not like this wouldn't just be like you quit your job. This would be like you're a soldier who commits treason and supports the other side by assisting in the I mean, it's not impossible, but like, oh yeah, like the Secret Service is an institution. It's not just like a group of mercenaries. It's a whole thing. You guys are way too focused on the flight risk stuff and not focused enough on the like every other part of this stuff. I'm not engaging with this anymore. Drastic tone shift. Let's talk other subjects, such as clergy child abuse. The Arizona Supreme Court has ruled that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, that's Mormons, can refuse to answer questions or turn over documents under a state law that exempts religious officials from having to report child sex abuse if they learn of the crime during a confessional setting. That's great. Love that specific state law, by the way. That's great. Wonder who lobbied for that law when that got put out. Oh yeah, this has always been a thing. Yeah, and it's not good, in my personal opinion. I think that the standard should be the case, you know, with it's the same as like with teachers or whatever, right? Or with therapists. If you say to a therapist, you know, I feel bad because I shoplifted, that's a crime, but they don't have to report you for that. However, if you say to a therapist, you know, planning to hurt someone, hurt some kids, whatever, therapist has to report that because you're indicating there's a threat of you hurting people in the future. The laws on disclosure are a bit more specific than that. I'm not an expert on them, but I gotta say, I really don't like the sentence, state law that exempts religious officials from having to report child abuse if they learn of the crime during a confessional setting. I don't like that sentence. I'm not a fan of that sentence. I don't think it's a great sentence. It's not the best sentence I've ever read. It's actually probably pretty close to one of the worst sentences I've ever read. I just don't like it. The ruling was issued April 7th, but not released to the public till Tuesday. Wonder why they took a while to release that ruling that happened 2 months ago. A lawsuit filed by child sex abuse victims accuses the church, widely known as the Mormon Church, 2 of its bishops and other church members, of conspiracy and negligence in not reporting church member Paul Adams for abusing his older daughter as early as 2010. This negligence, the lawsuit argues, allowed Adams to continue abusing the girl for as many as 7 years, a time in which he also abused the girl's infant sister. Lynn Cadigan, an attorney for the Adams children who filed the lawsuit, criticized the court's ruling. Unfortunately, this ruling expands the clergy privilege beyond what the legislature intended by allowing churches to conceal crimes against children. You're not going to believe this, guys. In a statement, the church concurred with the court's action. You're not going to believe it. They agreed. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints agrees with the Arizona Supreme Court decision. By the way, you're not going to hear a word of this from conservative media because conservative media does not care about children being raped. They like children being raped. The Mormon Church is incredibly conservative and has a lot of power in the states that it heavily represents. It is an overwhelmingly conservative organization. You really do not hear about like progressive liberal Mormons for the most part. That's just not much of a thing. And conservatives will not talk about this, even though this is an institution legally entrenching itself in systems that allow it to cover up child abuse. Nothing like this has ever happened at drag shows. Nothing like this will ever happen at drag shows, because drag shows are not ultra powerful, multi-billion-dollar like religious organizations that control local government. But you'll not hear about it. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints agrees with the Arizona Supreme Court decision, the statement said. We are deeply saddened by the abuse these children suffer. The church has no tolerance of abuse of any kind. Wow, great. Adams had also posted videos of himself sexually abusing his daughters on the internet. Oh. Boasted of the abuse on social media and confessed to federal law enforcement agents who arrested him in 2017 with no help from the church. Who could have known? These actions prompted Cochise County Superior Court Judge Laura Cardinal to rule on August 8, 2022, that Adams had waived his right to keep his 2010 confession to Bishop John Herod secret. Taken together, Adams' overt acts demonstrate a lack of repentance and a profound disregard for the principles of the church, Cardinal said in her ruling. His acts can only be characterized as a waiver of the clergy penitent privilege. Clergy in Arizona, as in many other states, are required to report information about child sexual abuse or neglect to law enforcement or child welfare authorities. An exception to that law, known as the clergy penitent privilege, allows members of the clergy who learn of the abuse through spiritual confessions to keep the information secret. So this has historically been one of the ways that, like, the Catholic Church as well has done this, like, disclosure of information. Because they're all like raping kids, right? And the way they like tell each other is like through in the secret magic box where they can confess to it without like opening themselves up to legal liability for not disclosing. So for many Catholic churches, if you ever go inside like the confessional box or whatever, you're inside the magic box that pedophiles use to talk to each other. It's the secret magical pedophile telephone that they use to communicate. I'm not even exaggerating. The church has based its defense in the lawsuit on the privilege, asserting that Herod and a second bishop who learned of Adams' confession, Robert Kim Mosey, had no legal obligation for to report him for abusing his older daughter, and appealed Cardinal's ruling. The Court of Appeals ruled in favor of the church, saying it did not have to turn over disciplinary records for Adams, who was excommunicated in 2013. So they excommunicated this guy years before he was arrested by the feds. And even in excommunicating him, they did not disclose this information. So even after rejecting him from the church for raping so many children, they were still like, I can keep it between us, whatever. Now that he's out of the church, he's not a legal liability for us. They didn't actually mind him abusing children. You're acting like he was excommunicated because he raped children. Oh, well, my guess would be that he was excommunicated because they knew that if he stayed in the church, he would eventually be like an optics risk if it was found out when he was in the church. The appeals court also ruled that a church official who attended a church disciplinary hearing could refuse to answer questions from the plaintiff's attorneys during pretrial testimony based on clergy penitent privilege. So yeah, the clergy penitent privilege is so strong that not only do you not have to disclose that information if it's said in the pedophile box, but also when being questioned by attorneys during pretrial testimony, you can stay quiet about it. So this isn't just privilege in the sense of like you don't have to turn over the info. It's privilege in the sense that there are like ironclad legal rules that cement that information and lock it away in the special like pedophile box where it can't hurt the pedophiles legally. Lawyers representing the Adams girls and one of their brothers took the case to the Arizona Supreme Court, where they did not prevail according to the April ruling. An unusual move. Said attorneys for the three Adams children tend to file a motion asking the Supreme Court to reconsider its ruling. An Associated Press investigation of the clergy privilege shows it exists in 33 states, and the Mormon Church, often joined by the Catholic Church, Jehovah's Witnesses, and other faiths, have successfully lobbied against attempts to reform or eliminate it. Cool. I guess this wouldn't affect Protestants very much because Protestants don't have a secret pedophile box. Protestants just have a community rec center basement for them to like stack folding chairs in so they can listen to like local suburban mom talk. Maybe 1 out of every like 6 potential church visits. Mormons are Protestants? Okay. Yeah, they're not Catholics, but they're obviously not what people refer to when they talk Protestants. Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons are separate categories. If by Protestant you mean any non-Catholic, then like, yeah, they're not Catholic, but what do you call Protestants? Well, Protestants sometimes I've heard of people say like just non-Catholic, and sometimes it's like this specific group of like Americanized, or like you have like the Anglican Church and you have like the Southern Baptist. There's a million types of Protestants. Mormons are insane. Yeah. Can we agree that even if they're not, okay, like they're spiritually evangelicals? You keep talking about confessional booths, but Mormons don't have confessional booths. Well, Mormons have their own special pedophile box. It's just they have in Sharpie written on it, pedophile box, and it's a big cardboard box they have in their churches, and you just go in there to talk about being pedophiles, and then you're legally protected. Yeah, they just sit in there, like, every day. Because they've got so much to talk about in there, you know? Nice, Frenchie. Mormon leaders are basically Nazis. Well, Mormonism is just like white supremacy and American exceptionalism as a religion. If you want to like learn anything about like weirdo American religious cults, then you should probably look into the YouTube channel Knowing Better, who probably has the best YouTube videos on the subject, like at all. Yeah. Aren't half your CIA handlers Mormons? There were a weird number of Mormons in the CIA. They kind of infiltrated the CIA because they were deliberately trying to keep, you know, some hold of the administrative state. They're just a bunch of, like, Mormon dudes in black ties and white shirts doing LSD in a room together. No, the FBI and CIA specifically recruit Mormons. Really? Oh, okay, I'd have to look more into that. Tell chat how Mormons think black people came to be, Pepe La. I'm going to let them do that research on their own. Watch the Knowing Better videos, folks. The Mormon church had to be threatened into desegregating by the federal government. Looking at the links you're giving me, sorry. Yeah, I saw a testicle. Mormons have good language skills because of all the foreign ministry work. Oh, do you think maybe like Mormons' special underwear is also like bulletproof? Do you think it's like, oh yeah, Mormons are like a good bet because we can like, you know, that we can give them like an extra layer to stay safe? Yeah, the magic underwear they wear. They believe it is Lamau. Yeah, okay. No, it's demon proof though. Yeah, but you could make it bullet and demon proof. The what? The underwear. You know about soaking, right? Yeah, soaking is the thing. I think it's not just Mormons who do this. There are like it's just like a fucking weirdo religion thing or whatever. But it's when like, okay, you can't have premarital sex. But what if your dick accidentally slips in and then somebody else jumps on the bed so that the vibrations from the mattress bouncing cause your dick to go in and out a little bit, but you're not having sex technically because you're not thrusting, and it's called soaking. Religious people are so fucking weird. Vosh, that's kinky as fuck. Yeah, unironically, right? Like it's like, oh, these hedonistic degenerate sodomite seculars or whatever. It's like, well, no, you do soaking, okay? That's a threesome. In kink, it's cock warming. Oh, okay. See, that's the non-Mormon term. Gotcha. Great. Okay, moving on. God almighty. Oh, you guys see the controversy? The West has fallen. The White House has fallen, as evidenced by the fact that there were pride flags outside the White House. You see that? Here, hold on. White House pride flag. How did I mistype that so many times? That was incredible. There were a bunch of people saying that this was like America falling because it's a violation of U.S. flag code to have the American flag flown at level with another flag. It's the full-on progressive flag, too. It's not just the gay flag. And it looks like if you zoom in close enough, I don't know, Joe. You could be doing better. There aren't a bunch of squares here. This has been ironed. So anyway, there were a bunch of conservatives that were saying, like, this is a violation of U.S. flag code. This is like an admission that the White House is controlled by foreign agents, which is not how the flag code works. Because in the flag code, you have to have the American flag flown highest. And, I mean, you got to give it to them. There's definitely no way the White House has the U.S. flag being flown higher than the pride flag shown there. Just couldn't find it, you know? Literally, like, there was a cropped out photo of this, and they were like, this is a violation of the flag code. At least as if there's not a pole on top. Like, everyone knows this. Everyone knows there's an American flag at the top of the... Why would you think otherwise? But yeah, it's a whole, like, they're foreign invaders thing. Because the conservatives are obsessed with, like... Well, they do the same thing the Nazis do, right? Like, it's not enough that Jewish people be a political enemy. Jewish people have to be the envoys of some kind of evil foreign power. They called this conspiracy theory cultural Bolshevism, which was the idea that Bolshevist Marxism was a product of Jewish thought, and they were trying to invade Germany by bringing it in. It was bullshit, but they believed it. And nowadays, conservatives call it cultural Marxism, and they say basically the exact same talking points. They just don't say Jews. They say trans people. So anyway, America has fallen, blah, 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 blah. Also, there are people... So that was why people were mad yesterday. There were people mad today because a trans chick went topless in front of the White House, which, well done. Nicely done. Congratulations. America's fallen and you did it. I have to ask, though, if trans women are men, why is this picture censored on dailymail.co.uk? What's the problem? Of course, the White House also condemned this because you can't actually show your tits off in front of the White House. This behavior is inappropriate, disrespectful for any event at the White House. It's not reflective of the event we hosted to celebrate LGBTQI+ families or the other hundreds of guests who are in attendance. Individuals in the video will not be invited to future events. Obviously, they would say this, of course. You also probably shouldn't do this, like, realistically, right? Because it's like a public thing, and if the whole argument is that trans and gay people are groomers and sexually inappropriate, this because it does play into it in the minds of some people. On the other hand, based. So that's the two thoughts that I have on this. Rose Montoya, Godspeed. Oh, look, here she is directly with the president. So, you know, in a way, it's like he's directly endorsing her, getting her titties out. There's also a topless trans dude next to her, but they crop him out. Oh, well, you know. Graphic. Can I show this, or is this like graphic? Do they censor this video? Well, it's not actually graphic because she does have her hands over her titties. Here, this is what Charlie Kirk's getting mad about. Graphic. Boop. Don't know why that fucking opens like that. That's so annoying. One of these days, it's going to show a DM. That's happened like 6 or 7 times. One of these days, it's going to show a DM I don't want to show, as opposed to, like, people do be chilling, you know? I hate Twitter so much. It didn't used to do this. Anyway, trans TikTok quote-unquote influencer Rose Montoya posed topless at Biden's White House Pride celebration. Next to him is a biological female, also topless, who had her breasts surgically removed. Let's go.
Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Year. Happy Pride Life.
Yeah! Joe! Pride Year? That's my president. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay, wow. That is such a gay fucking applause.
Transgender children.
You are beautiful.
You are heard.
You belong.
You are understood.
You are loved.
And you belong. Some of the bravest and most inspiring people I've ever known.
That's our president.
Good folks.
Can we take a little video? Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor. Trans rights are human rights. Oh, it's a video.
Honestly, very base of Joe. Unironically, it is. Yes. I do feel like Joe Biden is in a state of aging delirium where he if exposed to the right conditions, he would just be like the most progressive human on earth because you could convince him of literally anything. I really do think if you sat Joe Biden down and tried to explain like otherkin to him, he would like 3 minutes and he'd be like, you know, some people got that dog in them, huh? Yeah. I had an old buddy, they called him the wolf because he was real hairy. It's like that, huh? And then like, yeah, and that'd be that. He would be like a he would be like a warrior for inconceivable that this would happen when Obama was president. No shot. Obama was way too like self-conscious about being cool. Obama would never go down and just like casually mingle. Obama kept like hand distance, you know, he would never. Arms distance, too professional, yeah. Holy shit, is that Milo Yiannopoulos? If Milo Yiannopoulos had drip and wasn't a giant piece of shit? God damn, looking good.
Are we topless at the White House?
I think so. Here we have a biological male and a biological female, as evidenced clearly by their appearance. You know, it's really easy to tell. So I do think it's hilarious, though, that like in media that's been showing this, in spite of the conservative line, they don't censor this and they do censor this. Like, we don't censor the tits of fat boys, you know? So what's going on there, huh? Yeah, why are they upset about her being topless if she's a biological man? If anything, they'd be like censoring this and being like, you know. But right, like we know conservatives have to actively will themselves to misgender people who look like this. I'm not going to say that everyone can effortlessly correctly gender every trans person, no matter how far along they are in their transition, because things are never that easy. But like when conservatives see this person and this person, they need to like check their notes to make sure they're right. Like, oh, okay, yeah, this is a man. And that's a woman. Yeah, okay, yeah. And then they still make mistakes. Multiple conservative commentators and politicians have made mistakes by correctly gendering trans because they have to remind themselves, you know? It's unnatural. It's inhuman. They're demons. All right, you look very good. Nobody's denying that. Points made. I can see the chromosomes. Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. Graphic. Trans influencer. Lord, let it rain. You did it once and you can do it again. I'll start building in arc now. Shrug, hammer, bone, time, arrow 100. So that's the conservative line, I guess. That's the that's what they've got, you know. Impressive he typed all that with one hand. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I have no words, only crying emoji, crying emoji, crying emoji. Just tragic. They literally want us all to die. Well, I mean, again, like, they supported January 6th, so they were fine with a federal building being stormed by Confederate flag-wearing, like, carrying Nazis. But, like, you know, if someone gets their tits out, I don't fucking care. Whatever. Shapiro's still seething, even though the White House condemned the titties. Bro, why are they censoring this image? Bro, those are male honkers. Those are male milkers. What are you doing? Are you not conceding to the idea that these are the female titties by doing this? I don't know. Also, what is this? We don't believe you. Like, The White House doesn't condemn? I have no idea what he's even trying to imply here. That they secretly like it? I kind of like it. She looks nice. Did I miss the name of this model? You did, yes. She will never be a man. True. You will never be a biological male. Trans people are not valid. Rose Montoya? Gotcha, Rose Montoya. Montoya's a nice name. Wasn't that the name of the damsel in one of the Zorro movies? Am I misremembering? No, I'm thinking of somebody from The Princess Bride. Inigo Montoya? Is that it? Princess Bride, that's, yeah, okay, yeah. It's a pleasant name to say. Rin Montoya is a Batman character? Oh, Batman beating up Hispanics now, huh? Got to click through these links, folks. You guys gave me so many. Vosh discovering Spanish names are real. I grew up in Los Angeles. I know Spanish names are real, but most Spanish people aren't named Montoya. Well, I mean, I heard Mexican names, not Spanish names, though obviously there's some overlap. Yeah. Who said they were a villain? I just assumed character in Batman would mean villain. I guess it doesn't have to. Oh yeah, I named 10 Mexicans. Hitler. Okay. What is this? Somebody linked this article and they were like, hey, here's a story of some off-duty Marines getting attacked by a bunch of kids because they were like pedos. But nothing in this video or article or whatever seems to indicate anything about pedophilia. The Marines just asked them to stop lighting fireworks. Is there some element to the story that I'm not getting from the article? Like a bunch of young people just started beating them up? What's good, N-word? One of the group asks as the other call them pedophiles. Or is that what it is? No, it's not. What is that? What are you censoring here? Here, get the truth out? What's happening? Why would you not link the thing? The Marines are lying. The Marines haven't been telling the truth about the fight. They allegedly assaulted numerous minors and allegedly sexually assaulted a teen girl. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, man, this is like a whole thing here. Oh, hold on. Yeah, the article is super pro-military. Well, it's the New York Post, so... Okay, what does the New York Post say? Shocking video has captured a mob of up to 40 teens viciously beating a trio of off-duty Marines who said they'd merely asked them to stop lighting fireworks on a California beach. The now viral video shows the Marines enjoying time off for Memorial Day weekend being followed by the baying mob while walking towards San Clemente Pier Bowl late Friday. We told them that we were Marines so they would leave, but they didn't. They just kept going at it. Okay? Some in the group behind yell for them to get the fuck out of here before one runs up and sucker punches the trailing serviceman. Okay, I will admit right off the bat, that doesn't sound like what 40 people would do because 3 dudes told them to stop lighting fireworks. Like, right off the bat, my impression of how that situation would unfold would probably not be they would, like, storm after you and, like, tell you to get out of here while following you. But, okay, I probably can't watch the video on stream if it's a bunch of fucking guys jumping a Marine. What? Okay, the video immediately paints kind of a different picture here. So someone goes up and hits one of the Marines in the back of the head. And then there's a pause. And then the Marine charges into the crowd, demonstrating all the military discipline you need to be one of America's finest servicemen. Okay, right off the bat, man, if you're a Marine and you charge into a crowd of teenagers and then you get your ass beat, okay, right off the bat, that's a slightly different, yeah, dude, to an extent that's on you, man. Okay, well, all right, what happened here? Okay. Like, these look like kids, like proper kids. Is this a girl? Like, look at this, like a... Okay, so then... And then we see the consequence of jumping into a crowd of, like, a bunch of people. This is what happens. It doesn't really matter if you've gone through basic training or whatever. Like, it's a lot of people. They said they'd merely been asked to stop lighting fireworks on a California beach. Okay. That doesn't look like what's happening here. They're not even on the beach anymore, so the crowd of kids just followed them like multiple blocks or whatever, and then, okay, right. The Daily Mail link that you just provided doesn't work.
So, first of all...
This is a 30-minute video. From Hassan? This guy? Isn't he a reactionary? The Marines are lying. What is going on here? Oh, boy. Okay. Is there no volume control for Instagram? Okay. The Marine story seems to be they happened to walk past teenagers and got jumped by an angry mob. This is allegedly completely false. The Marines allegedly, whoever wrote this is, keeping their statements close to the chest. Allegedly attended a high school party. That does sound like something Marines would do. They allegedly spent the night hurling insults at kids and looking for reasons to beat someone up. They seemed to be very drunk. When they finally got beat up, the scene in the viral video, one of them had allegedly slapped a teen girl's butt. He allegedly was punched once, then punched the girl, which is when the group of teenagers began to beat the Marines. That does look right in the video. That seems like an accurate... Like, that fits the story better than they asked them to not do fireworks. In this video, one Marine pushes a young freshman boy who then pushes the Marine back. The Marine pushes the boy again, this time much harder. Thankfully, another Marine holds his friend back before he had the opportunity to beat a young teenager. The story has been checked by numerous first-hand accounts. Okay, yeah, so I guess it was just a bunch of drunk, belligerent Marines. Here's a video of one of the Marines partying with a group of teenagers. Oh, okay, well that settles it then. Okay, then there's literally no way that the Marines account is correct. Okay, so this is literally just like a group of drunk, belligerent Marines wanted to hang out with teenagers. And then like got like violent, started a fight, left, were chased out, somebody slapped one of them in the back of the head, then he went charged into the crowd, and that's why he got torn into. Okay. All right. There we go. We've arrived at the conclusion here. I don't know what to say other than Marines are terrible. He also slapped a girl's ass. Yeah, well, I thought when I said drunk belligerent Marines, I was including all of the like sexual assault and battery like in the statement, you know, like it's like contained there. The Marines just wanted to see if the kids had any crayons to eat. True. Trump addresses supporters at a cafe.
Oh, quite interesting.
Right after, 22 minutes ago.
Interesting to see all those people gathered with their cameras. No word yet on whether Trump will speak. We do have a crew inside. But of course, former President Trump is going to have to be very mindful of every word that comes out of his mouth at this point moving forward. And so
wait a second. I gotta stop you there.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has never been careful about any word.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me finish.
He's not stopping to address. He's just having a second to like, you know, take selfies with people and project confidence. So yeah, okay. There's not much. Yeah, there's not much here. When was I linked this one? Oh, fuck, man. I saw this on Twitter. Where like the seats are like vertical and then it kind of slides down and people are stacked on top of each other or something. Will these really help? I mean, it's space efficient. The Fart Huffer 9000. I think there was actually a statement made by some official or somebody related to the airline who designed it where they were like, actually, the fart sniffing shouldn't happen. Or it was literally some shit like, actually, unless a particularly powerful fart is made, you know, there should be no such effect. Wouldn't a socialist world also have this type of innovation, but instead of for profits for ecological issues? No, we should just stop having people fly. Flying is bad. There's no way for a plane to ever be electric. It's not possible to have a green plane. There's no battery in the world dense enough. You're always going to need to use combustion engines of some kind to move people. We just shouldn't. How do we get across oceans fast? Don't. I'm sorry. If you want to travel across land quickly, train. If you want to cross across oceans quickly, then you'd better be willing to pay a lot of money, because we need some kind of disincentive to prevent people from flying. If it takes more than 6 hours to cross the United States of America, then fine. That's fine. That doesn't really hurt the quality of your life that much. The only people who would be negatively affected by this are like serial business travelers, which A, fuck them, and B, what, like dignitaries? In which case, like, if there's some political importance to you traveling super fast, then yeah, you can have planes, but not like every time any fucking Midwestern family wants to go anywhere, they get in an airport and get in a plane. We don't need that. What about island nations? Boats! Or if they need to, planes. What if my family lives all over the world? Tough! I'm sorry! Sorry, this is a natural, logical limitation of technology. Start rowing, fucker. This is a shit take. No, it's not. No. You can't. First of all, planes at their current ticket price are economically subsidized to fuck. Airlines make barely any money, and this is after the government does everything in their power to make sure they're just barely able to keep these ticket prices above par so they can subsidize travel and tourism, for one. For two, this is being done in a world where we have basically no alternative to planes for any kind of long-distance travel. We don't really have a robust train network, and frankly, even in Europe, significant improvements could be made, and I see Europeans talk about it all the time. But in Europe, where there are good train networks, when you're traveling between like major EU cities or whatever, people don't fly. Why would you fly when there's a super convenient, comfy train that takes a bit longer, but like you don't have to go through TSA to get in a train or whatever. You can just like go to the station, get on board, and then you're on your way. You can walk around a train cabin. You have a laptop. Like, it's a whole thing. You're wrong. Just give it 10 to 20 years and electric planes will be commercial. No, they won't. This is fake. This is not real. Currently, only small all-electric planes are viable. Yeah, like Cessnas or some shit. There is no way cross-oceanic travel could ever be done electrically unless there's some magic battery tech that comes about. That's not a thing. It would take 6 to 7 days by boat to get from New York to England. Then don't get between them. Dude, how often are you... First of all, the vast majority of flights are people flying distances that could be easily covered with a train with a good rail network. For two, like, dude, sorry. I'm sorry that it's economically and ecologically inefficient to have, like, ultra-subsidized flights so people can fucking go around in the fart sniffer 3000 as airlines desperately try to recoup a tiny fraction of a percentage of profit from their failing industry. How can we disincentivize planes them? Stop subsidizing them. These flights should be expensive. Wouldn't this just benefit super rich people could still fly and fuck everyone else? Yeah, under capitalism. But yeah, yes. Yes, fuck you. It's a luxury. Like, yeah, under our current system, only super rich people can get giant gas-guzzling yachts. The solution to this is not to subsidize the yacht industry so every proletarian can get a giant gas-guzzling yacht. Says the rich guy. I don't fly, if I can avoid it. What if I want a yacht? Then eat shit. Well, or be very rich, I guess. Hydrogen or non-pollutant fuels exist. Come on, man. Right now, the only long-distance planes that exist and are viable use fuel. Sure, if tech changes in the future and it becomes not, you know, as much of an issue, then fine. Obviously, if my concerns here are like ecology and you know, the inefficiency of flight, and it's like, well, here's new tech that fixes that. Well, then there's new tech that fixes that. Not true. It's often a lot easier / cheaper to fly inter-EU than it is to take a train because they subsidize flights. Because they subsidize flying. Because every country in the world has collaborated to make it so that flying is the cheapest and easiest it can possibly be. It doesn't have to be that way. Yeah, and? Oh my God. Do you know what happens when you artificially subsidize an industry? You create negative externalities. The insane subsidization of meat in the United States now means that all fucking restaurateur industries are reliant on you being able to get a $2 patty at a fast food restaurant, even though meat is ecologically destructive, environmentally unsustainable, and economically unsustainable, which is why these subsidies have to exist in the first place to allow these prices for the products that are sold. Boats are also ecologically destructive. Oh my fucking God, dude. Are you guys being contrarian for no reason? Why not just make it totally illegal then? We could, sure, you could make it totally illegal, or you could stop subsidizing it and allow the market to level at a point where we can actually see what the real cost of taking a ticket used to be, or like what it should be. Tickets used to be insanely expensive to go everywhere. Why are meat and planes subsidized? Because the subsidies corporations insist to the government that subsidies should be made so there can be development in that industry. But the development they're referring to is partnering up with other industries to allow them to sell those products for relatively low prices so they can sustain other elements of the economy. Subsidized meat allows for the entire grocery and restaurateur industries in the United States to be cheaper than they would be otherwise, even though it's coming at the cost of your tax dollars, because that's what a subsidy is. Subsidies should be reserved for technologies where there legitimately does need to be like investment capital to allow the technology to grow, like green energy. I said green technology, like green tech, like solar, which is subsidized, but it's led to something. The subsidization of solar has led to the cost of solar plummeting. The subsidization of meat hasn't done anything but, like, artificially keep the price of meat down. How would immigration work without cross-oceanic travel? Are you... I haven't said ban it. I said get rid of the subsidies so that it costs what it costs. If you want to take a flight from A to B and you're crossing the ocean, I'm not saying it should be illegal. I'm saying that the government should no longer be spending tax dollars bloating an industry when I would rather those tax dollars be spent developing other technologies for travel, like trains, which, by the way, the vast majority of flights are taken across distances that a train could cover, okay? Not every flight is from fucking Tokyo to Los Angeles, or vice versa. Most flights are from dipshits in the United States going to other places where there are dipshits in the United States. It's from A to B in the country, or in between countries that have a land border or a land crossing, where you could easily have contiguous rail networks. I'm not saying everyone should be isolated to their continent. Is it really that ridiculous? Airlines don't even pay zero duty on their fuel in the EU. It's so fucking insane. Literally, like, what the fuck? Aviation remains heavily subsidized, with all parts of the sector, from airports to aircraft to airlines, receiving state support. Any public money should come with green strings attached. The result of subsidies is artificially cheap ticket prices, which serve to drive up demand and reduce incentives for more sustainable aviation. Removing these subsidies is key to create more sustainable aviation sector. Some of the subsidies include aid given to airports by local, regional, and national authorities. Often this is in breach of EU guidelines concerning state aid. CO2 emissions. Airlines pay zero duty on their fuel. Tax exemptions on fuel and tickets. Plane tickets sold are exempt from value-added taxes. These subsidies total tens of billions of euro every year, money that could be reinvested in greening the economy or lowering labor taxes. Like, is this woke? So why don't we just disincentivize short-distance flights and remain the same for intercontinental flights? No! You will pay more for all of it. Fuck you. Hilarious how chat seems to think fixing climate change won't require sacrifices. Yeah, literally though, right? Like I know the average demographics of my chat. You fuckers you can't afford to take a flight out every month. Are you fucking kidding me? You're not Donald Trump. And now a bunch of people in chat who are normally like, yeah, ban all cars. This. And now all of a sudden it's like, hey, maybe we should, not spend billions to subsidize the airline industry in negative, toxic ways that incentivize like the least fucking efficient way of traveling in terms of like ecological or economic output. And people are like, no, dude, I want to pay only $300 for my trip to Disney World once a year. But poor people won't be able to fly. Poor people can't do lots of things. The solution to that isn't to let them do those things if they're bad. I refer to my super yachts. My first priority on what poor people should be able to easily afford is not fucking flights. Genuine question on international travel. Why there isn't a great alternative to planes for international? Then take the plane! Just don't take it at subsidized prices. Planes are expensive. Maintaining them is expensive. What if they have family to see or a new job? What? It's like in one ear and out the other ear with you people. If a train can get there, take it. And if you want to cross in a way that only a plane can take you, you will pay an unsubsidized price. What if you have a new job, family to see? Then you will pay more. I'm just concerned with how it affects freedom of travel. The people who have issues with freedom of travel are not the people who are like hand-wringing over the difference between a artificially cheap flight and, like, a more expensive flight. Freedom of travel broadly has more to do with national borders and any available capital. It's whether people can drive or travel at all. It's not like, you know, massive damage would be done. Here's a great video on these issues. What's the deal with airlines? Oh, it's 46 minutes. Oh, from Some More News. Ah, well, Some More News clearly hates poor people. I'm sure he's going to talk about fucking plane subsidies here as well. Frenchie, that's not degrowth. Oh my god. You guys do realize I also think that we should like reduce or eliminate the subsidies on meat and like corn syrup and shit, right? You know that too, right? You're aware of the fact that I also believe that, right? Even though it'll mean that your fucking McDonald's burgers get a lot more expensive. Vosh is anti-poor. We should continue dedicating 50% of our land and billions of taxpayer dollars into artificially inflating the profits of a cabal of ultra-powerful fast food chains that make money by leeching people in with a bunch of, like, artificially flavored and sweetened meat homogenate that they get on the cheap because the taxpayer pays for them, effectively making McDonald's a fucking, like, publicly funded, privately controlled, hyper-subsidized machine for maintaining customer support. The millionaire Vosh, poor people can't do lots of things. That is true. That's my millionaire wisdom. That's how I got to be so rich, you know? It's me knowing that poor people often can't do things. That is true. See, there's a farmer agreeing with me. Kowalski from Nebraska. What's up, man? As a farmer, Vosh is right. I am trapped growing corn and raising cattle because the subsidized market makes any economic alternative too expensive. Yeah, it like... Look at this. That giant yellow block in the middle is the pasture and range for cows. There's livestock feed. That's the other giant fucking square next to it. This is like half of all of America dedicated entirely to giving cows wheat so that we can kill the cow and sheep and goats. And we don't generally kill the horses. We ride those. These subsidies seem like they're nice in the short term, but in the long term, they're not. Look at these. U.S. farm subsidies in 2020 alone. This is just subsidies and bailouts, just 2020. Cattle, 7.3 billion. Dairy, 3.5 billion. Pigs, 1.1 billion. And then, oh, look at that, down there. All of the non-meat things, like nothing. USA school meal payments to meat and dairy producers. What's at the top there? Why is the government paying so much money? Subsidies and bailouts for farms in 2020, 53 billion. This is a substantial portion of our budget. You guys know that, right? This isn't like pithy money. This is actually a lot. Totally unsustainable. But it's like I'm saying this, and people in the chat are like, so you want poor people to not be able to afford $2 hamburgers? Yeah, kind of. Because there are long-term consequences to these subsidies. Now, because of all of this hyper-artificial, like, deflation of the prices at the expense of the taxpayer, the consequence of that is that the only food you can get cheaply, quickly, and easily as a poor person, out, like, from a restaurant, not from grocery shopping, is meat stuff. To leave aside the ethical and the economic consequences of incentivizing this treatment of animals, and, like, I'm not even going to get into the vegan stuff here, but, like, going beyond that, you know, there are way cheaper ways of getting cheap, delicious food. Here's a quick question. Hey, guys, have you ever been to a Mexican restaurant? Are you aware for the fact that essentially pennies on the dollar of resources, you can get like refried rice, beans, some tortillas, and some shit like that, some chips, some lime wedges. You can get all of that, which is a full filling meal with fat, protein, and carbohydrates that's delicious and costs like $0? Like, seriously, if you could imagine all that land that gets committed towards the use of those resources, and it's like, no, this is actually the rice and beans block now. We would be able to feed every American for nothing. Every fucking American. If you, hey man, want to get some cheap food because I'm poor and I live in East Los Angeles and I live in the ghetto and there are 16 homeless people per square foot outside. Yeah, man, time for us to go to El McDonald's, okay? Fucking go on over there. Damn. You're giving me 1,200 calories of rice, beans, tortillas, chips, and lime wedges for only 6 cents because this shit is fucking free, actually? Damn, that's crazy. I'm just saying, like, it incentivizes, like, bad, negative, long-term market effects. We subsidize green energy because we want companies to get involved in developing green energy tech. We don't want them subsidizing meat because there is no meat tech. We're not developing new tech for meat. We're just driving the costs down to keep the businesses afloat. But nuggies? Well, it's not like there still wouldn't be meat that's made and sold. It would just be more expensive, which it should be. It's inefficient. It's literally inefficient to make meat. When you harnessed meat from an herbivore, you're getting about 1/10 the caloric efficiency as just the calories that the cow had to eat. Like, it's thermodynamically inefficient. There's no way to improve on that. Even with lab-grown meat, you would still need to invest more resources in the creation of a certain amount of calories of meat than you would if you just ate, like, the supplying materials themselves, or, you know, the caloric equivalent in human food. Yeah, meanwhile, NASA does everything with the budget. Yeah, NASA's budget is half what we do to support, like, fucking corn and beef. What's the alternative? Don't subsidize corn and beef and airlines. That's it. That's literally, this is like, this is a huge, this isn't like some crazy lefty shit. This is bad under capitalism too. Like, this is just bad. This is just bad. It's just bad. Now, hold on. I mean, fuck meat, but it's chock full of protein in a way that veggies aren't. That's not true. That right there is the meat lobby lying to you. There is no special kind of protein that you get from meat that you could not easily get from just eating, like, other food. There's nothing specific to it. People, in America, we've been raised on the idea that meat is like this essential component to a healthy meal. It's literally not true. It is so easy. I'm not talking about going vegan or whatever. I'm just saying you can just not eat meat or be vegetarian or whatever and easily meet all of your vitamin requirements. Being vegan is more difficult because there's still good stuff you can get from animal products, but I'm not even talking about, like, giving up cheese or milk or whatever else. I'm just talking meat harvesting. Isn't corn cheap without subsidies too? Well, the reason that we subsidize corn isn't because of corn, it's because of corn syrup. And if you all know anything about corn syrup, then you're fully aware of the fact that corn syrup is basically like the food waste sawdust that gets placed in everything we eat that makes us fat. So corn syrup is a deep state plan to make all Americans too fat to escape the reckoning, okay? It's like when the corn subsidies are literally so companies can go, well, at least it's cheap for us to add homogenate paste to all of our food so we can add caloric weight and flavor at basically no cost for funsies, you know? Highly addictive. Well, I shouldn't say highly addictive. It's not like cocaine or whatever, but, you know, it's historically, corn syrup was produced by combining cornstarch with dilute hydrochloric acid and then heating the mixture under pressure. The process was German chemist, blah, 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 chemical stuff, da-di-da-di-da. Corn syrup is produced by number 2 yellow dent corn. When wet milled, about 2.3 liters of corn are required to yield an average of about 1 kilogram of starch. The viscosity and sweetness depends on the extent to which the hydrolysis reaction is carried out. Corn syrup's major uses in commercially prepared foods are as a thickener, a sweetener, and a humectant, an ingredient that retains moisture and thus maintains a food's freshness. The primary ingredient in most brands of commercial pancake syrup is either regular corn syrup or high fructose corn syrup, both of which are less expensive than maple syrup. In the U.S., cane sugar quotas raise the price of sugar, hence domestically produced corn syrup and high fructose corn syrup are less costly alternatives. Notice how price keeps coming up. That are often used in American-made processed and mass-produced foods, candy, soft drinks, and fruit drinks. Glucose syrup was the primary corn sweetener in the U.S. prior to the expanded use of high fructose corn syrup produced in 1964. Tell me about this high fructose corn syrup. What are we doing with high fructose corn syrup? What? Nothing bad, I hope. In the U.S., widely used in food manufacturing because its sweetness was similar to sucrose, 8.3 million tons in 2017 production. Jesus Christ. Health. 76% carbohydrates and 24% water, containing no fat, protein, or micronutrients in any significant number. In 100 grams, it supplies 281 calories. The role of fructose in metabolic syndrome have been the subject of controversy, but as of 2022, there is no scientific evidence that fructose or high fructose corn syrup has any impact on cardiometabolic markers when substituted for sucrose. Little association between HFCS consumption and liver diseases, enzyme levels, or fat content. Lowering sugar beverages may reduce hepatic fat accumulation associated with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. The American Heart Association recommended people limit total added sugar, which includes high fructose corn syrup, to 150 calories a day for men and 100 for women. Nobody is following that guideline. The basic consequence that you get from high fructose corn syrup is that, like, it's like a homogenate where it's not like cancerous or anything, but it's like an easy paste that gets added to everything. Did I say corn syrup? Jesus Christ, I'm tired and hungry. It's like a homogenate paste that gets added to everything, and it is like measurably decrease the quality of our food, and like more of it is added than is necessary because like no American gives a shit about calories anymore. So it's like why are we spending billions of dollars as the federal government to subsidize an industry to make the production of this cheaper so that food companies can put this in food rather than like the regular things that are in it? You know what I mean? Like, why are we doing that? Why does that happen? That's kind of weird. Subsidy stun lock. We would not have chocolate milk without corn syrup. That's not true. Okay, I don't think this is a stun lock, by the way. I think this is an important subject. Yeah, this subsidy money could be used for like literally anything else. It is insane that in the United States, we have set up an economic incentive structure and spend billions of taxpayer dollars in order to make it so that like the cheap, easy food poor people can get to make it through the day is meat. Do you have any idea how insane that is? Really think about that for a second. Like actually fucking comprehend how psychotic that is. That is thermodynamically insane. Yeah, not just meat too, but red meat. But meat tastes good. Rice and beans bro, I've had McDonald's. It's not that great. You're tasting salt and fat and ketchup. It's not that great. A good, well-seasoned rice and beans meal is great, okay? McDonald's is not that good. I don't know why. Like, yeah, a big hearty steak is great, you know? A really good like hamburger is great, but that's not what you're getting at fast food restaurants. You're getting shit homogenate. McDonald's is better than rice and beans. Fuck you mean? That's because you haven't had real rice and beans. What have you had it from Chipotle? Would you have a bean burger or hamburger? Between the two, if it's a well-made bean burger versus a McDonald's hamburger, then obviously a bean burger. But beans aren't best when made in burger patty form. They're best when they're like a paste that gets eaten with the rice, or like, well, there's a lot of ways to use them, but trying to make a burger out of beans is kind of like you're not playing to its strength there. Ground beef is great in a burger form. Beans can be done, like you can do other stuff with that. Too much vegan replication food tries to imitate the experience of meat, and I think that's dumb, you know? Like, you're not going to beat chicken in a chicken nugget. It's called a chicken nugget, right? Like, there are other things you can do. The correct answer is tacos. Are you guys seriously telling me that, like, a good rice, bean, and cheese taco isn't better than a McDonald's burger? Because I actually think that's, like, a wrong thing. Like, I don't even think that's, like a personal preference thing. I think that's incorrect. Because the materials that it takes to make a rice, bean, and cheese taco or a burrito are, like, nothing. You can make it anywhere in the world, and it would be so cheap. Taco Bell used to be cheap. It's not anymore. Here's a rice, bean, and cheese burrito. I don't know, guys. This looks way the fuck better than a fucking McDonald's burger to me. Like, way, way, way better. And the nice thing about this is, you can make this at home. You can't really make a McDonald's burger at home because you don't have the fucking gray paste meat homogenate factories that they have. You can make this from home very easily. I think this looks better even than, like, the marketed images of a hamburger from McDonald's. But if you look at, like, a real life thing, like dog. Like, the people who are like, dude, McDonald's is so good. Like, no. Come on. Yeah, I like El Pollo Loco. I like El Pollo Loco's menu better than Taco Bell, but they're not in as many places. Taco Bell has a cheesy rice and bean burrito, but because Taco Bell is marketed to fucking white people, they don't have proper, why does this look like it's been censored? They don't have proper rice here, you know? This isn't the right kind of rice. You want rice that's already kind of moist because it's been turned around with, like salsa? Or you have, like, yeah, like, this isn't, like, what, some herbs in there? What do you mean? Like, you want it to all be, like, gooey throughout. You don't want to have, like, gooey cheese, dry rice bite, gooey beans. You want there to be, like, a kind of consistency there. This looks better. This rice looks like it would have more of a... They got rid of that rice years ago. So is this, like, the modern iteration? You want competing texture? You still have competing texture. You shouldn't have anything dry in a bite of a burrito. And right now, we're still looking at fast food, by the way. This is still fast food. This is Taco Bell. We're not looking at, like, some fucking, like, restaurant fancy pants shit. I still think this is way better than a McDonald's burger. Lamau, the rice tastes like weevils. What is wrong with you guys? Half of the people here, I swear to fucking God, you guys are like your own personal version of, like, those people who can't drink water anymore because they've been drinking soda every day of their life for 8 years or something, and they literally, like, can't drink water, and their brains are fucking toasted. You guys are insane. You should not be socialists, okay? You are genetically Amerifat, all right? You are all Amerifats, okay? It doesn't matter whether or not you're fat or American. You're genetically, spiritually Amerifat. This is an Amerifat chat, okay? Americans have no taste and should not be able to comment on food. People say I have shit food takes, and I do because I'm autistic. But, like, I can't compete with some of the shit you guys are on. Okay, just the point to all of this is that subsidies in these fields are bad because they economically prioritize really bad systems. Subsidies are not innately bad because subsidies for green energy have produced good incentives. But the only incentive structure for subsidizing corn and beef is that you've just artificially, like, enriched fast food companies. That's it. Like, that's the consequence. And now Americans get disgusting, fat, greasy, fake meat for their, like, catch me up meals in the day, rather than, like, I don't know, any number of other options you could possibly get. And you know what? And you know what? You know what? One other reason this is super fucked up, one other reason this is massively fucked up, is that these restaurants that serve these options will homogenize the prices to create an illusion of equality. But in reality, if you go over to, like, Chipotle or something, and you get, like, a meat burrito, and you at like cost of production, and then you got, like, a vegetarian burrito at cost of production, the vegetarian burrito should be, like, a third of the price. Literally. Tortilla, veggies, salsa, beans, rice, blah, blah, blah. You put it together. That shit's like a fucking $1 to get the materials for, man. Probably a lot less, depending on where you are. And then you add the steak fajitas in. Instantly, the price goes up. But because Chipotle doesn't want to exclusively have people buying vegetarian options, because that would create a weird imbalance in like the perceived quality and satisfaction of the foods that you offer, they raise the price of the vegetarian options to cover the costs of the more expensive meat options. When you buy a vegetarian meal at a restaurant, you're paying a price that is 2 or 3 times higher than it should be, even under existing market subsidies, because you're paying them back for the cost of the meat they spend money on. It fucks everything up. Food could be cheaper. So much cheaper. Make a Chipotle on stream, prove you're worthy. I don't like Chipotle. What's to stop businesses from selling veggies at an even higher markup? I mean, again, it's still capitalism. They would still be incentivized to lie and cheat or whatever. I'm not saying they wouldn't. I'm just saying that, like, as it stands right now, like, meat is so much more expensive than basically anything else that gets put into food, except for, I don't know, fucking almonds, caviar, whatever else shit you guys are eating. That, like, dude, if you guys, wouldn't it be cool? Okay, let's say, all right, that, like, we did away with the subsidies and meat got more expensive. So now, like, a hamburger from McDonald's like $5 instead of $2 or whatever the fuck it is. I haven't gotten one recently, okay? And it varies city to city, okay? If the trade-off for that was that you could get high-quality vegetarian meals, rice, beans, if you like veggies, go for veggies, cheese, whatever else, all of that for like $1, for like nothing, the way you can in a lot of other countries around the world. Guys, I've been to other places. You ever go to Mexico? You think you're paying fucking the equivalent of $4 for like a fucking rice and beans meal in a Mexican city? Maybe if you're like in downtown Mexico City, sure, okay. But generally, no. Nowhere. This just doesn't happen because it's free. It's rice and beans. You could get food for like nothing. You poors, you disgusting, dirty homeless people who I love. You, all of you who haven't donated this stream, who haven't done so because you're poor and you can't afford to. You could be busking, and one person like me gives you a $5 bill and you could think, damn, this is like 4,000 calories of Mexican food. Fuck yes, bro. That could be you. But instead, everything in our food economy is centered around meat and corn syrup production. And I'm not elitist for wanting to change that. If we subsidized rice, we could literally make it free. Oh, God, dude, you can grow rice like literally fucking anywhere in the world. If you subsidized rice for the amount of money that we subsidize beef and corn syrup for, they would pay you at the grocery store for getting rice. You'd be, oh, can I have this like bag of fucking basmati rice or whatever? And they'd be like, here, sure. Here's $2 from the federal government. Thank you for buying rice. Foreigners eating American food. Oh yeah, I saw this. There's a new trend in China where people make and eat spiceless white people lunch as a form of self-torture. Their commentary has me crying. White people food trending among Chinese workers. It's so confusing and outrageous to eat. It's so lawless and outrageous, a blogger wrote, adding that white people food is the lunch of suffering. However, many other netizens did not find the meals appetizing, noting they lacked flavor and took away the joy of eating. The point of the white people's meal is to learn what it feels like to be dead. But I've taken 2 bites and it was so bad that it made me realize how alive I am. President Xi, I am ready. Liberate us. Liberate us from these meat and corn subsidies. Please, President Xi, I am begging you. It's time. Come here and rescue us. The proletariat of America cry out for rescue, and you are the only one who can save us. Please, President Xi. What are they eating? That looks like a Lunchable. By the way, an actual ideological crime, okay? that in America, meat is subsidized to the point where we can turn it into flavorless patties that suck to eat, you know? Where we have like lunchable ham slices that are nothing more than a cold, wet slab to eat in between mildly flavored cheese and a dry cracker. That's insane, man. That's so fucking bad. And then white people are like boiling their chicken and coughing up, you know, because because it's like salted or whatever. Oh man, we do not deserve to eat meat. Okay, sorry, this went on way too long. It actually was a stun lock. I love you guys. Hi, sorry. I think that's actually the end of everything that I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, the trans chick who I said looked like she had a sincere apology has said, actually, my apology was bullshit. I'm a centrist, whatever. My read on the thing is that she's deeply mentally ill and needs therapy. I think that her initial apology was sincere because she's not grifting. Her behavior is making the right angry at her as well. I don't think that she was insincere when she said it. I think that she's just mentally ill. So none of this changes what I said, of course. I still will always maintain the importance of being accepting of people's change, but she needs to log off and get therapy. So that's it, you know. I don't think the logic of what I've said has changed at all, but in her case, she really needs to, you know, stop. She needs to stop. Got that, close that. Nice. Well, that's the end of the links. Something wholesome, Destiny defended you. Well, I've never said that Destiny wasn't capable of being right sometimes. I've just said that he's often capable of being wrong as well. Coming out with a hot take that I'm not a pedophile. If you can imagine such a bold take. The boys are back. Wouldn't bet on it. Just wrong on this one. Yes, here we have one of the 3 pictures of me that exist. All of them from like 3 years ago, you know? You have to like look for these pictures now. I've had my hair cut for over a year, you know? It's like, I love this pic so much. I really like the me smug. Whoa! I don't even know what kind of hotkeys I hit there. Hopefully that didn't show anything. What was that, narrator? I've got such fat fingers. Doxed somehow. Vosh smug. I think people should use this picture. Wait, where's me being smug? I can't. Where's that one picture of me doing the smile? Where I look goofy, where I'm like a goofy little guy. Why can't I find? I thought that picture was more known. I don't have an archive of photos of me. I just Google my own name whenever I want to find something. I can't find it. That's so annoying. What the fuck? Oh, did you guys find it? Yeah! I love this picture of me. Look at me. Look at how happy I look. What a goofy goober I look to be. My beard's on point here as well. It's nice and bushy, well-shaped. Yeah, it looks good. Zooted. I'm high on life, man. True, you like lollies? People on Twitter were saying that, but I doubt that. I feel like every time lollies come up in my stream, it involves a 30-minute stun lock of me explaining how bad anime culture is. You know, it's a position on which I have a pretty firm negative stance. Yeah, we've done that like 50 times. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, it's like people hate me, so they say that I'm a pedophile, which, you know, it's America. You're allowed to do that. But normally those threads don't get this much attention. This one's got like 4 million views. God damn. If we were all British, I would be litigious as fuck. But I'm not, so. Someone shared this earlier. Oh, yeah, I saw this. Somebody from the EV website magazine or whatever contacted me and asked me for my take on this. And I responded. And in the middle of this article, there's a block of me being, like, super reasonable that doesn't get addressed at all, and the rest of it is just calling me a pedo. Fantastic stuff. Are you against anime porn? Listen, okay? If you're drawing adults, I think it's okay. I think it's alright if you're drawing big adult anime boobies. What's an EV? It's some kind of, I don't know. It's just a magazine. I don't know. Can we debunk the thread for the Normans? We haven't done that in a while, have we? It's not like there's anything new here. It's like, it's literally like the same thing every time. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the thread got 4 million views, so it's not like, it's all the same regurgitated. Yeah, I guess so. Here, wait, let me piss super quick. And then, here, you guys can stare at my face right here, okay? 1 second. Wow. Artemy was in there waiting for me to turn on the bath faucet. I should have put on an ad. Oh, fuck, you're right. No, well, it's too late now. I forgot to. No, I'm not going to do an ad now that I've returned. That's cringe. You know, now we're here for the content. It's content time, homie. We need this picture as an emote. Do we, though? I love this picture of me. This is such a good real picture of me. Maybe it should. But the content sucks. Well, yeah, the content sucks. There's no getting around that. Your beard does look suspiciously well-groomed for a guy who denies being a groomer. That is true. Oh, yeah. A while ago, a fan of mine made a video debunking all the pedo allegations or whatever. But, like, I mean, I could just watch the video or whatever. But I could, like, go over it, I guess. Oh, fuck. Now I can hear, like, the faucet dripping because Artemy's doing the Slurpees. I'm gonna turn it off. Artemy, don't distract me. He's still slurping. Still no ad. Okay, I'll hit the ad button. I'm hitting the ad button. There, I hit the ad button. There, I hit it. I hit the ad button. I hit it. I hit the ad button. Laughs in ad block. Yeah. Well, now I have to wait a second anyway because I have to wait for Artemy to finish with the fucking Slurpees because I hate hearing the noise of it. I can do it just fine if I'm like listening to something or responding to a video because then that noise is louder. But if I'm just talking alone, then it bothers the hell out of me. That's life, Spacebok, man. Shit, Thana, sure. Yeah, increase it if other people are. Probably not, Sandman. I don't really have an interest in debating any of that. That's true, Tempest. I have a feeling that Artemy is, like, never going to stop. He's a thirsty boy. He pisses like a fucking racehorse, man. Cleaning up the litter box with Artemy is so annoying because he like drinks so much water and then pisses so much that he runs through the clay like really quickly. That does sound healthy though. Yeah, oh, well he's a perfectly healthy cat for sure. Oh, I saw Posadist. Get one of those automated cleaners. Nah, it's fine. Oh, and thank you, Posadist. Okay, Artemy? You done? There. We're not doing 2 ads in a row. Okay. Hold on. We're getting near end stream time. We got to do this. Did you know that there's this other streamer called Vaush, who's fatter and has a ponytail, who's actually a pedophile? Crazy stuff. Got to get to the bottom of this. Really, though, you know, one of the top thing that you do if you hate somebody but don't have an argument against them is you accuse them of being a bad thing, right? This is like not an alien tactic. I've done it to people. I normally try to do it alongside having arguments that I think meaningfully attack the positions that I dislike them having. But in my experience, usually this stuff gets dredged up by people who like despise me. Like oftentimes it's by Nazis or like stalkers or people who harass me or whatever, and they're like, "Heh, gonna get him this time." But that's not like the entirety of the people who are involved with it. It's just like it's definitely a noticeable tendency. So I don't know, sure, we'll go over the thread. I think a couple of people like DM'd or emailed me asking me to debunk it or whatever. There's not really anything to debunk because debunking implies like a definite like fact, true, false thing. And if there was anything to debunk, there would have to be an established premise. If the established premise is we're about to look at a bunch of like thread items that look sussy or whatever, then that's a fact, right? I think that a lot of the sussy stuff has been deliberately taken out of context. The main sussy stuff has only been mildly taken out of context and is justified primarily through like the broader framework that people at the time present to the streams understood, but obviously that's how the internet works. So for the first fact of the matter, okay? We have this guy. He looks like this, so he must be a pedophile. That's case number one, or a bit of evidence submitted to the court. So most of these videos are going to be, oh, wow, like, oh my God. Okay, the first like 6 of these videos are all going to be the same argument that just got brought up multiple times in stream. Usually because people in chat would argue with me about it, but I still said what I said, right? So, okay, so here's the thing, all right? We can make an argument. So a lot of the stuff in these clips actually does sound really bad. I'm not going to pretend otherwise because like it does, right? So the question is, what can I do with that? And the only thing I can really do is go like, okay, well, here's the explanation. You can choose to believe it or not. But given that's the only thing I can do, you can't really strive for more. So basically, right after I started streaming, okay, I came up with a hot take, all right? I came from Destiny's community. I love hot takes. I'm all about hot takes, which is that, guys, did you know that child slavery is bad? Child slavery is not super common in our economic production, in our like modes of production, our supply lines. But child labor is, you know what I mean? Like very often it'll be child labor, which is slavery in everything but name. A lot of the stuff that gets mined up or used in like raw material senses is done so basically at gunpoint. You know, we get a lot of stuff from parts of Africa where there are still functionally warlords. In Latin America, like it's a big part of our production line, right? That's probably not a good thing. So an argument that I had made is that if you buy, say, fast fashion, which I'm currently wearing, by the way, you are participating in an economic incentive. You are bolstering the economy, the supply line, which involves the abuse of children. And my argument was that in a lot of ways, that's not very different from buying child pornography, because in both cases, you are paying money into a system where, as a product of whatever, product you've received, children get hurt. It was basically like a hyperbolic way of trying to agree on like the severity of how bad this is. And to be clear, by the way, I do think it's really fucking disgusting how in the West, like, you can just have clothing brands have, like they can just use that labor And then it's here in the US and it's like, oh, well, you know, like it's like barely even surprising. All of our shit gets made in like sweatshops in Bangladesh by old women and 14-year-old girls. And like, oh, yeah, well, yeah, you know, that's like how it is. And well, no, that's not how it has to be, right? Actually, you know, I don't think we would accept that excuse when it comes to sexual abuse, for example. My argument was basically, it comes across as hypocritical to me that we drew the line on like commodity production that involves the abuse of children. No, nuh-uh. Unless it's involved in all these industries the economy relies on. For child pornography, which is totally disconnected from like the broader economic system, nuh-uh, you're in jail, buddy. But for the rest of it, we accept it. And my argument with that was essentially like, well, that's disgusting. So if you can imagine, what's the worst possible way that a person could express the position that I just did? What if they challenged chat to argue how one was worse than the other by saying that unless proven otherwise, under the currently accepted ethical system, both of them would actually be considered legal? And it's only due to that inconsistency that we only consider one of them illegal. If you could imagine hypothetically, what is the worst way in a format where everything gets recorded and distributed out of context, a person could possibly make that argument, you know, if you could even fathom such a thing. Here, look, that's literally all the clips at the top of the thread. Hey, wait, out of curiosity, who here was around way back when? I only had like 200 or 300 viewers concurrent at the time. Who was around back then? What's up? Not my ass? Well, some people's asses, to be sure. My hope, and I think this is genuinely because I was still fresh out of Destiny's community, my hope was that the way this would happen, the way this would go down, would be like, I would have a really inflammatory take here, like, you know, hey, under our ethical system, like, all this should be illegal. We only say it's illegal for CB because we don't want to challenge, like, the hegemony of child labor in shirt production or computer production or blah-de-blah, right? What I thought is I'd say stuff like that, and then people would be like, that's ridiculous. I think these are totally morally distinct. And then they would come on and argue with me, and it would be like a platform to, excuse me, to hit home how bad the child labor stuff is. I thought that the provocative take would be like a prompt for people to engage with. How naive I was. Boop. All these clips, well, wait, almost all these clips are from exactly that same arc. If you could, would you have rephrased that take? Yeah. Oh, all I would have to say, and this is the position that I've had, and I think anyone who watched back then made like pretty clear what I was saying, because I've never heard a pedophile try to defend pedophilia by saying it was like child slavery, which was bad. That's an odd way to go about that. I think that if you're charitable, you can understand that it's a pretty, like, bad way of phrasing the argument. But as somebody who's seen a lot of, like, map Twitter insanity where people get taken down or shoe quote tweets people or whatever else, you know, that's not normally a way that pedophiles typically defend themselves. So that's really a charitability thing. But anyway, yeah. Oh, by the way, to be clear, these clips all sound terrible because these come at the like tail end of me arguing with chat for like 40 or 50 minutes to try to like defend the take that they're not morally comparable. And of course, that's where you get like the clip chimping, right? I've probably said like 80 things this stream where if you clipped only one sentence, it would sound bad. You have to be really careful with stuff where the beginning and end gets cut off like that.
Like zoophile, like drawn stuff, it should be 100% legal. In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal.
So, as I said, to reaffirm the themes here, the exact argument, the context, which I think is actually really clear if it wasn't cut off at exactly this point, was that under our system, where we do allow billions of products to be made with child slave labor, in that system, it shouldn't be because our system is so fucked to begin with that like the distinction is being made purely out of convenience. A distinction made as long as it doesn't interrupt the supply lines. While that does sound bad without context, yeah, it certainly does. That's why I can't say I debunk anything. I can only say, you know, if you want to be uncharitable, you can. Or if you want to be charitable, you can. Vosh, you literally said that exact sentence. I saw the entire thing. See, look, an original... yeah, see, I don't remember the exact wording of anything that I did 4 days ago, let alone 4 years ago. But it's, you know, it's it was a poorly phrased argument pretty much no matter what. No getting around that. This was arguing with... oh, Cult of Dusty. I remember Cult of Dusty.
Attached to them. I assign this to literally everything. I don't even think that like owning child pornography is immoral because it also attached to them. I assign.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. I'm talking to somebody here and I'm trying to bait them into arguing like well, you need to explain how one is okay, but one is not okay. This isn't even an 8-second clip. It's a clip of somebody else clipping me. So Dusty's watching a clip chimp. Like it's literally like a meta clip. You know what I mean? That being said, in retrospect, like seeing all of this, acknowledging it, I'm making it incredibly easy to clip chimp me here, right? But they're like cutting out me saying because or explaining anything. Who's Cult of Dusty? Just a content creator that I interacted with before. Oh, this is actually from a separate thing. So this one right here is 100% pure dishonesty. This is, I talked about this with a non-compete. This was the one where non-compete was defending Luna Oi, calling me a pedo. And I explained why not only was it not pedophilic, but it was clipped to deny the next sentence, which was part of a broader argument against the abuse of children. So this one is like, it's not just a like, you have to be charitable to believe me thing. This one's just a lie, the way it's being framed. But let's play it. I was playing Majora's Mask.
Okay, it is possible. Please, please, right now, uncuck your dumb shit, libcuck, fucking SJW brains. And
so the context of this, by the way, was that I was arguing how do I phrase this best? Okay, what's something that child abusers tell themselves? What's an argument that they make? What's a thing that they say to themselves to justify what they've done? Most people have a pretty heavily ingrained belief that the abuse of children is bad. But a lot of people who engage in that behavior anyway will lie to themselves and say, oh, well, it's bad broadly, but in this specific instance, it's fine. You know, like, okay, broadly it's bad, but this right here, that's true love. I've seen so many map defenders say something to that effect on Twitter. I think it's a pretty common lie that people tell themselves. I think it's pretty disgusting. And what I was trying to do was construct an ethical argument against that in a non-case-by-case basis. Essentially, even if you took the assumption that any specific delusional belief that your particular child abuse is not abuse, you could still make a consistent ethical argument against child abuse at all. Or to put it another way, you could easily shut down pedos who say stuff like that. And I think I actually explain how in the full clip of this perfectly well. It was a distinction between act and rule utilitarianism. Essentially, the argument is something like this, okay? You know what's not good? You know what you shouldn't do? You shouldn't take bricks and throw them over a highway overpass, slamming them into the windshields of people below, correct? That's a bad thing to do. Can we agree? Clipped. He believes it's bad to throw the bricks. You probably shouldn't do that, okay? Now, let's say, for example, that you threw a brick, it slammed into a car windshield, the driver careens, hits a nearby wall, they have to go to the hospital. They're mildly injured, but in the hospital scans for broken bones, it's found that they have cancer. And because it's caught early, they're able to treat it and it goes fully in remission and they're effectively cured. Now, could a person who had thrown that brick then say, well, I actually did a good thing? No. Even though the outcome of their specific action was good, this is the distinction between rule and act utilitarianism. As an act, the outcome of their action was good. That's true. There was an overall net benefit to the life of the person who crashed because of the brick you threw at their window. But as a rule, the action you took and the good of the outcome were disconnected through circumstances you could not have predicted or accounted for. In other words, It was luck. And that means that even in instances where something is broadly bad but specifically good, you can still have a rule against all of it, even when the act outcome is good. Or, to be very pointed with the analogy here, what are you talking about? I'll tell you. Even if a child abuser, somebody, an adult who had sex with a person under, a kid or whatever, was like, hey, here's some hyper-specific evidence that our relationship has led to some positive outcome for the young person, you could still do the Chad face. Doesn't matter, buddy. Sorry. Put your hands forward. You wouldn't have to specifically litigate the morality of what they had done and the outcomes of what they had done because the rule of what they have done is bad. This is a distinction between act and rule utilitarianism. And it was an argument that I was giving here. The way this is clipped makes it seem as though I'm not giving that argument, and it's purely dishonest. Nothing here is about charitability. It's purely important. Here's the full context of the clip. Vosh context. Vosh explains why he isn't an act utilitarian improved version.
Not that you guys missed.
From the Vosh context emporium. It's funny that there are so many uncharitable, bad faith, dishonest attacks against me that there's like a market in my community for being like, I really do resent people like Jordan Peterson who do this well, you need to look at my texts in order to understand what I said, because he's lying. He just says stupid shit. Whereas people just lie about me all the time. Sure, I'll watch this. I haven't seen this, Maybe this crucifies me. I don't think it does, because this was more recent. I remember this full argument.
Misunderstood. I just think that this is very dumb for you to misunderstand this point. It's not like you guys misunderstood. It's just this is embarrassing. Okay, look, this is super duper simple, okay? A utilitarianism, act utilitarianism, is about considering the consequences of a specific action, okay? It is possible, please right now.
This is where it gets cut.
Now uncuck your dumb shit libcuck fucking SJW brains and recognize this empirically correct fact that I am about to spit. It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well. That is possible. However,
so this would be like the brick in the windshield argument. It would be like arguing even if something horrifically stupid and bad and destructive happens, circumstances can lead to positive outcomes for literally any bad thing. You could literally argue rape is wrong, but in this specific instance, when you rape the person, it turns out that led to them unblocking a previous memory of sexual abuse they'd had that allowed them to sue their husband or their father for abusing them as a kid. And it's does that take away from the harm? No, it doesn't. That's the thing. Killing people is the most obvious example of that. Yeah, exactly. The funny thing is, I think that in spite of the spiciness of the take here, what I'm saying is actually not controversial. In fact, I would be suspect of anybody who disagrees, because the implication of somebody flatly disagreeing with what I've said here would be a suggestion that if somehow an abuser could prove positive outcomes to their abuse, you would have to shrug and allow that. So I really do think everyone agrees with me on this. They just don't like it being put to word, or they don't like the way it's phrased or something, but the argument is perfectly sound, and I fully stand by it.
Categorically, we discourage those relationships because, as a rule, it is substantially more likely that enabling them would cause harm in society. That's the difference between act and rule utilitarianism.
Man, my voice is so insufferable here. Holy shit.
Utilitarian would say, oh, this is an instance where it was good for the adult and the minor to have sex. That would make it a good action. But the rule utilitarian, which is what I am, would say, even though that individual outcome was good, the act was still bad because, in general, in a broader application, for adults and children to have sex with one another leads to horribly destructive outcomes.
So this is why I say this isn't even a charitability thing. It is an objective fact of the world that this was clipped dishonestly in part of an anti-child abuse argument. Thank you very much for the full clip, by the way, whoever linked it. And thank you, Vosh's Context Emporium. Used to sound far more homosexual. Well, I think I look more homosexual now. Look at how greasy I am back here. I don't know, man. Hit the like button? Shit, you're right. There we go. All right, so that's that one. Vosh freely admits to masturbating to child... Oh, really? Do I now? Well, that's an interesting one. This is going to be a surprise to me. I haven't seen this clip, I don't think. It's all over today, folks.
Nice right now. We've all jerked it to Lolly at some point or another.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, I remember this. Hold on, this is a bit.
Well, you don't have a penis. We have all... We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on some hentai site, and we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history tab, and we go like, oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay.
So, you're clearly so serious here. Yeah, so the joke was, I was talking with chat about how, hentai sites are fucking packed with lolicon. I've kept saying this, but my standard on this has not changed. Seriously, if you go to literally any hentai site and you want to not be a pedophile today, you have to, like, minus tag 78 different things in order to get there. So the joke here, it's called comedic hyperbole, is that you're some kind of masturbation whirlwind, and you're, like, tearing your way through a hentai site, and there's just so much lolly that it's, like, left in your wake. Now, obviously, in real life, you're not actually a hurricane masturbator. You need to click on links to open up different stuff. You don't, like, thoughtlessly click through a site. The joke was that I am... Okay, well, maybe some of you are. The joke of it was that it's so omnipresent that it's just infinitely fucking everywhere. Oh, and by the way, this is still a real issue, because if you see a doujin, like a hentai doujin, where it looks good, and it's like, damn, these chicks look like adults. Oh my god, look at those large tits. That's cool. What a novelty on a fucking hentai site. And then you look at that and it's like, oh, well, that's cool. I get hard of that. And then it's like, oh, they're all fucking like, they're all like Fire Emblem characters. And they're all just like 6'5", 17-year-olds who happen to be like military commanders and have a beard or whatever. And it's like, oh, this is literally the joke of like any time that I look at a girl on stream, no matter how old she looks to be, chat's like, Vosh, she's 3. So, you know, again, if you want to be uncharitable here, like, if you seriously think this is like a fucking admission to pedophilia, this is like the most retarded admission in the universe. Phrased so clearly and so straightforwardly. But keep in mind, like, I've been an edgy boy for years now on stream where I've recorded thousands of hours of content. And as we're going to see soon, I was the same edgy boy on Discord years before having a stream. If you imagine somebody in my position is like, surrounded by people who fucking hate him and want to clip everything they can to make people think you're a bad person, I don't think it'd be that hard to do so. Think of it like this, okay? Imagine if somebody wanted to prove that, like, Nick Mullen from Cumtown was a pedophile. Do you think it would be that hard for them to cut together a bunch of clips? I'm going to go ahead and say probably no. It'd probably actually be extremely easy to do that if you wanted to. And people have tried. They usually Cumtown fans look at that and they go, okay, dipshit, like, this is cut out of context, this is cut out of context, blah, 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 blah. The problem with me is that people hate me so much that it like, there's a disproportionate imbalance. But that's life, you know. I still like my career quite a bit. The replies and quotes to that were amazing. Lolicons were defending the take unironically so that it didn't implicate them. Yeah, you can tell pretty clearly. If I was an advocate for a child pornography or lolicon, then every time I came up, lolicons and child pornographers would not quote tweet saying they hate me. Many such cases. Oh, this is also from the cult, not cult. Yeah, Cult of Dusty thing. Here we have 11 seconds, a real upgrade in clip material length. It's only a minute, the full context of the first clip, I think it'd be good to show. How to be edgy in Google. Good channel. Good channel.
Porn, like drawn stuff, it should be 100% legal. In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal. Actual child pornography. How's that for a hot fucking take? Now, to clarify on this take, as I feel
right after! Literally right after! Oh my god, dude. Phenomenal.
Necessary to do so. We do not, in this country, typically criminalize people who have procured media or resources which were the product of abuse. It is not illegal to own necklaces that have slave diamonds or whatever. What are they called? Yeah, blood diamonds. Yeah, all of our clothes.
That's Vermin in the background saying, like, literally all of our clothes are produced by slave workers, which, depending on how you define sweatshop workers, you know.
Sweatshops are computers with silicon and lithium mined from literal fucking slaves. In our society, we have already deemed that people are not responsible for the mechanisms by which the media they consume and the content they engage with are produced. No.
Vosh yells at chat for 57 seconds. Okay.
Right now. You like that argument? Ooh, you like that? You like that moral culpability? You're all worse than fucking CP owners, and I am too. Do you like that? No ethical consumption under capitalism. Shit sucks, right? But if we accept that argument for slave labor, then we definitely have to accept it for child pornography.
Okay, the idea that this is how a pedophile would defend themselves is ridiculous. This is so obviously me arguing about commodity production and trying to bait engagement with chat. The idea that, like, yeah, this is totally how a child... Am I retarded? Yes, I stand by that much. Not a pedophile, though. Thank you.
None of it is, yeah, I agree. None of it is ethical. But we've already made this social decision that people are not responsible for the systems by which the stuff they own is produced. We've already made that decision. You're right, but you're kind of revealing your power level. No, this is exactly what I fucking mean. I'm right, but I'm revealing my fucking pedo power level because I'm right. No, this is a moral inconsistency in society. The answer should be that all of these things are bad.
Damn! Wow! There we go. Oh, man. I can't believe I'm always right. The only thing I've gotten better at is phrasing my arguments so no specific sentence gets clipped out of context, okay? Apart from that, everything that I said back then... Well, I do think there's a lot of nuance you could add to specifically clarify this, that, or the other, but, like, holy shit, you know? This is... So, I'm not going over all of this because I'm going to convince, like, Marxist 777's mind, because I'm not. Tristan Tate, Andrew Tate's brother, Tristan Tate, is also replying to this saying, like, damn, and I thought my brother should be canceled, or like some shit like that. Like, these people's minds aren't going to be changed. However, I go over this, now there's a log, there's an archive, it's obvious that these are dishonest smears. There's some stuff where if you wanted to be really uncharitable, you could still think that I'm sussy or whatever, but, like, fucking fine, that's your right. It's free speech, baby. You can believe that if you want. I think that I defend my due diligence here. I think I make it clear. Even back then, up to this point, it's just dishonest hacks. You know, it's people like Marxist 777, it's people like Bad Empanadas, people like iHypocrite, it's people like Tristan Tate. And here I am, uncowed, undeterred, strong, thriving, moisturized, even, in my element. Refuting bad faith arguments is my element. But it's nice to know that even in the full context of these clips, taken all the way back then when my optics game was nowhere near as good, that it's still pretty fucking clear what I'm saying. But we're nowhere near done. So this is all like the exact same argument. Oh, so this is when I talked with Vegan Gains on this. This is when I talked with Vegan Gains on this subject. So because I was talking with Vegan Gains about capitalism and reactionary politics, so I brought up the whole like shirt CP thing or whatever, which... Having finally debated somebody on the subject, I now begin to realize this is not an effective angle at prompting critical analysis of capitalism and the abusive markets it enables.
What if CP is free? If you're not paying for child pornography, then there is no argument in favor of morally condemning people who get it.
Oh, wonder why that sentence cuts off right there. Because, as we've seen in all these before, that is because the moral argument I'm referring to is under our currently accepted standard for the acceptance of abuse in the supply lines. Oh my god, you said that well. Well, in this case, it literally clearly cuts me off as I'm saying, so this is a more dishonest clip chimp than others. You really made it easy for them? Yeah, but we've seen the arguments now, so we can fly by these. And get to the Discord logs. Let's go.
Ethical industry.
What is this audio?
Fucking kill me. Do you think it's immoral to be a pedophile, and it's only immoral if you rape? What? No, being a pedophile is morally neutral. Isn't that just some shit you're born with? It's pretty fucked. It's hella immoral to rape, though. What do you...
Well, I mean, in the sense that if you're morally culpable for the actions that you hold. So if you abuse children, that's morally, I'm saying abusing children is morally wrong here. I think that if a person has a paraphilia for children, they never act on it, that the only person who's suffering there is the person who has it. This is just like a standard. I think this is literally like the idea and belief held by like modern mainstream therapy and psychoanalysis. That's not even. Why would you not clip this out to disclude the part where I say it's wrong to abuse children? Why would you not like just have the part in here to imply that I'm saying it's okay to abuse children? Yeah, this isn't even clipped. I think you just have to be kind of stupid to think this clip is wrong. These people are the pedophiles need bullet therapy types. To be clear, I'm okay with severe punishments for child abusers and stuff. The thing is, though, is that, and this is the thing that I've said before, so this is like a very standard take. None of this is like edgy or like hot take or whatever. If all you do is say like all pedophiles get killed, then what you do is you prevent pedophiles from getting therapy, which reduces the amount of abuse that happens to children, because you've normalized like legal standards, which means like guaranteed reporting for their like execution or whatever. Like you're abusing more children when you do that. You literally are. The best thing that you can do to pedophiles, if they've never hurt anyone, is to make them not pedophiles. I think that would be like the best. Vosh, a lot of survivors agree with this. Yeah, no, that is a commonly held opinion in like therapy, in psychoanalysis, in psychiatric work, from like NGOs, from like medical organizations, from like the only place where this is a real discussion, where people actually talk about it, is right-wing people who are pedophiles because they're right-wing, screeching pedos get the bullet, and by pedos they mean gay people, and like Marxist-Leninists doing the exact same thing because Marxist-Leninists are also right-wingers. And that's it. Like, you know, there's no hot take here. Here are Discord logs. Discord logs. Vosh stated, there is a difference between exploring child sexuality and sexualizing children. Yeah. Like Luce from Owl House being bi? Like yeah. Was this like in a conservative account? Like if there's a show and a kid like is realizing they might be like gay, or even if they're like being attracted to girls, like if there's a straight high schooler in a TV show who's realizing they're into girls, that's literally exploring sexuality. That's not sexualizing a person. Yeah. So yeah, there's not even anything to defend there recently. Okay. Vosh then went on to joke about owning CP. Two DePest men says, ooh, this looks good. Vosh says, oh, we're on child porn now. That's cool. Buys Magatama with MAGA says, at Vosh, show us your CP collection. I bet Irish Laddie loves CP. Because at the time I wasn't called Vosh, I was called Irish Laddie. And then I replied with, okay, posting it now. Now, you'd think if I posted any child pornography, they'd include that in this, maybe blurred or censored or something. This is what's known as a joke. They even admit it right here. I don't even know what there is to respond to here. This is such an obvious... Yeah, literally. Like, bro, post all the videos of, like, all the people you've murdered. Yeah, doing it now. Then no response. Like, this is nothing. Vosh said there is no real difference between buying a t-shirt and owning CP. This is the same thing. This is the same shirt. This is from the same stream. Your mods would ban you for that joke right now? Well, that was in Destiny's Discord server, which was considerably more edgy than my Discord server is now. Oh, dude! That's incredible! Childasterino 99, hidden context. In that one with the difference between oh, not this one. In the child sexuality one, I was actually arguing with a lolicon. Dinsley says, there's literally nothing more autistic than getting offended that imaginary drawn children are sexualized. So they're talking about lolicon. They're saying it's they're like, okay, hate anything just because it happens to explore child sexuality. Literally every other culture is okay with talking about child sexuality. It's a real thing. But like, if everyone has to ignore it, it's shit. And then I said, at Dinsley, I seem to have provoked a defensive reaction in you. Somebody else posts a pedo bear emote. And then I say, there's a difference between exploring child sexuality and sexualizing children, because I'm tearing into them for sexualizing children. Damn. So not only is it like a correct statement on its own, it's also part of me arguing against a lolicon. Dude, see, I don't go back and like examine the fucking history around all of these Discord messages. I just vaguely remember like what my intentions were at the time. I was in that Discord quite a lot. This was back in 2017. This was 6 years ago. I don't remember everything there, but then you uncover it and bam, I was arguing against lolicons. Okay, sure. Well, thank you, Childestrino99. Every time that you add context, not only do I look less pedophilic, but like I look more anti-pedophilic. Thanks, Turtles Anon. How the turntables. So this is from literally the same stream. It's the same white shirt as when I argued with Vegan Gains. It's the same argument. I'll play it so that it doesn't sound like I'm hiding it, but there's not anything like to debunk because we've already talked about it.
We bring ourselves back to the t-shirt. It's like a lot of you guys aren't even old memers where I talked about how there's no real difference between buying a t-shirt and buying child pornography. The objective here isn't to get people off vegan.
That was kind of a... Who clipped this? Why was that clipped like that? Yeah, it's literally the same thing. It's literally me. Yeah. I want context in the t-shirt comment. We literally talked about it. It's about how like t-shirts are often made using abusive child labor. So the argument that I was making was trying to bait engagement by saying, oh, so if we're okay with buying products of child slave labor, then how the fuck you have a problem with CP, huh? You're okay with these pedophile shirts, you pedophile? This did not beget the reaction that I wanted when it came to engagement. But, you know, that's life. Vosh reacted with an applause emoji to someone who said, I love fucking 11-year-olds so hot. Seriously? This is the judge's gavel slams. We got him. This is Loldamar, by the way. I remember him because he was kind of a kind of a lolcow, like a shit stirrer. In the Discord, in the Destiny Discord, he was like a shit stirrer. I remember him being a big goofy memer. I think he was a conservative. Yeah. So okay, applause emoji. Right. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I remember this one. I think I actually was bad in this one. Wait, hold on. This one is real, though it doesn't prove the point. It doesn't prove the point that that they think it does. Do you guys ever wonder if anyone here has ever fucked a minor while being an adult? No, I try to think about that. Come on, guys, fess up. Who's done it? Confess. I was really... I think there was some convo that prompted this, but I don't know what it was. There's Loldamar again, saying, look at my life, then look at yours, get some ambition while you're bored. I don't know what that means. And then I say, Loldamar has definitely fucked a 15-year-old in recent years. So, you know, even back then, pedocon theory holding true. In the politics chat, well, the politics chat was like the giant, the politics chat was like the shitposting chat in Destiny's Discord for a long time. Somebody said at me, I fucked an adult as a minor, and I said unironically hot. This actually isn't good. What I'm doing right here is the damn, where was she when I was 15 thing that conservatives do whenever a hot teacher gets arrested for raping a kid. Because I was thinking like, oh, wouldn't it be hot to fuck your teacher? So that's not good. Sincerely, it's not. This isn't an argument in favor of me being a pedophile. It's an argument in favor of me having unexamined biases when it comes to the, like the childhood fantasy of fucking your hot teacher that in reality and in retrospect is actually very bad. I wasn't a child when I posted this. This was 5 years ago, so I would have been 24. But no, that is bad. I agree. I don't think it's an argument to me being a pedophile, but I've consistently argued against the fetishization of this kind of interaction since starting streaming. So I hold to that. Yeah, Vosh bad confirmed. So why'd you post it? Because I'm not always perfect. Because I did, because it was bad. What do you mean? Because I'm retarded. Yeah, what do you mean? You knew that. You know I'm retarded. Not normally retarded on this specific issue, though. Yeah, so I'll take the L on that one. That's fair. Ask someone, what did pedos ever do to you? I wonder why there are no messages clipped above or below this specific segment. Seriously, like what is this? Seriously. This is like, did you guys see that viral tweet recently where somebody got banned and the account name was like Hitler Cunny 1488 and an image of their account suspended thing was posted and it was said like, what did they do? It's that same type of joke. Like I could have said just as easily here, what did the Nazis ever do to you? You know, Vosh Nazi confirmed, or like the joke is like, obviously they're bad. So it's a stupid thing to say. That's the joke. Like many people have made this kind of joke. It's like a format for a joke. Here's Vosh admitting to ownership of a Twitter account that shares drawn child pornography. Oh, right. The drawn child pornography one. Okay, so I have another Twitter account. I don't remember what it's called because I just switched between it on my phone. And over there, I'm liking all the porn. Okay, I love big titties. I love big dicks. A lot of furry porn. All right, I'm here for that shit. All right. It used to be public. It used to be open. But I don't need you fuckers scrutinizing all the shit that I like. Now, before I made the account private, I had liked and retweeted thousands of images because I used to draw. So I followed a lot of artists. I would try to draw stuff. I would post it. Thousands and thousands of images and retweets, okay? And of those thousands of images and retweets, I think somebody found one specific image that I remember, all right? It was a drawing of a blonde chick with a facial, like somebody had nutted on her face. I think this was back in like 2016 or 17 or something like that. It turns out that actually that was somebody's drawing of the chick from Star vs. the Force of Evil, like aged up or something. I don't even think I'd seen the show at the time. I saw a drawing of a blonde girl. There's a dick around her. I like that and moved on because you don't really revisit your likes. You just scroll through and like images that you like. Jail. Instant death. I think that's literally it. Which, like, fuck, man. If you found... I'm pretty sure that Matoi Ryuko is 17 as well. I'm pretty sure that if you, like, went through all of my account likes, you would probably find at least one drawing of Matoi Ryuko with her tits out. It's fucking over for me. Vashi 7. She's actually 3. So it wasn't actually CP was aged up. It was just, I literally saw... I think I remember the dick being drawn well. We don't need to get into this right now because it's not really relevant to what we're looking at right now, what we're talking about. But when it comes to pornography for me, when it comes to quality, 90% of it is just like, do they draw the dick well? Because a lot of people cannot draw dicks well. They draw them really poorly. They draw them like cartoon dicks where it looks like dumb or the proportions aren't right or something, or there's too little or too many veins. I think I just saw like a drawing of a dick and a facial. I was like, yeah, okay, scroll, do scroll, you know, whatever. I can, you know, if people judge me for that one, then, you know, whatever. I legitimately don't care. Foss, show the porn on stream or we don't believe you. Of course, of course. What's your take on aged up content? Listen, when I say that there is a lolly problem in hentai or whatever, okay, this isn't an ambiguous issue. This is a pretty straightforward issue, okay? There are two parts to it. One is that a lot of the people who draw this stuff are literal fucking pedophiles who, like, draw lollies. The other is that for some reason, every anime character in all Japanese media has to be 16, no matter how old they look, no matter what they're doing. You'll have high school, like, students who, like, Persona 5 is a phenomenal example of this. I just typed Pina 5 cast. Okay. Let's add a few letters to that one. Thank you. Persona 5 is like the perfect example of this. And I think I talked about this on stream before. I haven't played it myself. I watched Joseph Anderson play it. But the character designs in Persona do not look like your standard, like, high school teenagers. If you showed me these guys and didn't tell me anything, I would assume they were college students or older. They look like adults to me. They're all 6, sometimes 7 heads tall. But no, They're high schoolers. So I've said on stream, like, I think it's kind of fucked that they have all these, like, cool, cute character designs, and then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, they're all, like, high school seniors. Really? Do they... Why? Why would you do that? And the reason they do that is because... Well, the reason they do that is because Japan has really fucking weird standards when it comes to high school and the way people are presented in high school, and, like, everything is about high school. It's complicated, and it's not even relevant to what we're going on about right now. So that bothers me. So it's this shit and it's lolicon shit, and that's what bothers me. If you're like drawing fucking like Azula from ATLA, but like as like a 30-year-old or something, and it's like grown up Azula, haha, isn't she hot? I'm not gonna call you a pedophile for that. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's dumb. Like, come on. There are real problems here. All right. Whoa! Okay, is this porn? Whoa, is that porn? Do they just show... Wait, hold on. Can I show that? Okay, this is really funny. Because the people who argue that it was some kind of, like, pornography account... Okay, I can't show one bit here because they show the fucking... Hold on. How do I censor this? Wait, I need to create new window. I just can't show it on stream. Okay, little window thing there. There we go. Okay, this is what they were calling me a pedophile for, all right? I'm not kidding here. This is the expose. This is the thing this entire thing is based on. There in the bottom left is a drawing of Sailor Moon, but as a black woman. Okay? All right. There, right here, is a white-haired anime girl who is blushing really hard. Okay. Right down there in the bottom right was a drawing of the character Connie's ass, where she is in college. If I remember, that is a very adult-looking ass. It was a nice drawing, by the way. And then above that, there are eagle titties, where that's an eagle furry, and there's the stars and bars right there. And then right here in the thing that I can't show because there's like some nut on somebody's face, if you can believe it, is a facial and a blonde chick for a show that I hadn't seen at the time. So like, okay, literally, like to understand the reach, I don't get it. What's the problem? That's a great question. Sailor Moon is 14 in the episode. She makes the face. They're not even scantily clad. It's just her face. No, but like, this is the level of hysteria that I'm talking about here. Like, if a person is a lolicon and you scroll through thousands and thousands and thousands of images that they've liked, and this is the thing they compile on you, you're not a lolicon. I'm sorry. I'm not taking even like an ambiguous L on this one. You have to be insane to go through everything like this and come away with this conclusion. Yeah. Fully psychotic. Wait, I have to close the little censor browser window, so I close that. And then I close this. I think we're almost done. Vosh said, with a real creepy smile on his face, thank you, that men, at least in the West, are taught to be kind of pedophile-y. Without even looking at this clip, I agree with this. You kidding me? Yeah. We have incredibly, like, weird hegemonic standards for the masculine obsession with youth and femininity. Like, that, it's not even... Okay, like, I agree even with the thing that... Is this person a pedophile? Ah, but I had a creepy smile while saying it. That's true.
We have a lot, how do I put this? Does anyone else get the feeling that, like, men, at least in the West, are kind of, like, taught to be kind of a little pedophile-y?
Is that... Seriously? That can get you clipped these days? Oh my god. Sure. I have gotten that impression, yeah. Earlier this stream, we were talking about the secret Mormon Arizona court pedophile exemption, where you get to admit to raping children as long as you do it in the secret pedophile box. That's a creepy... Okay, right, yeah, okay, right. Vosh said, while talking about Owen Benjamin, apparently. Statistically speaking, there are 370 people watching right now. I'd be willing to bet at least 20 or 30 of them experience habitual child attraction towards children. It's surprisingly common. Yeah. The attitudes that people have towards sexualizing children are really common. That's true. They've gotten less common, but like, it's pretty common. It's a social problem. That's what I've talked about, like many, many times. People being pedophile isn't like a lightning bolt strikes them in the head when they're 18 or something. There are like social standards that fucking dictate people's interests in a way that can lead to like really pernicious outcomes. I fully stand by. I mean, I don't know the math on 20 or 30, like a 5% of the people watching or whatever. I don't know the exact numbers on that. I didn't do that data gathering, you know. But here we'll watch.
But by and large,
oh yeah, the fact that the jailbait subreddit was one of the most popular subreddit on Reddit for years and years and years. It isn't like one of the current admins of Reddit a former head mod for the jailbait subreddit. It had enormous, like, yeah, it's broadly a social issue, you know? It's a huge deal. I've always been critical of this. I've always been consistent on this. I really don't understand how people can be so dishonest. It's like what Albert Einstein said. Albert Einstein was once asked, how do you feel about the fact that 100 papers have been written disproving your theories on general relativity? And Einstein said, if any of them were true, one would have been enough. I fully stand by that here. What this is a dishonest mishmash of clips and little bits tossed in such volume that they're meant to give you this overwhelming feeling that I am a pedophile. But no individual piece of evidence holds up to scrutiny. It's just that. It's a bunch of fluff. It's glitter, you know? Clipped! That's going into the next compilation.
Statistically speaking, there are 370 people watching right now. I'd be willing to bet that at least 20 or 30 of them experience habitual sexual attraction towards children. It's surprisingly common. To those of you who do, to an extent that you feel as though it may be like a problem, please, just get some fucking help, my dude.
Seriously? This is what I'm getting canceled for? This is cancellation? Okay. I said it with a creepy smile, you see. All right. This isn't even clip chimped. Bro, you could have clipped off like... Okay, they forgot to clip this part dishonestly.
There's nothing wrong with you as a person. We can't help the shit that we're into. We can help our actions. So...
What? This is cancelable? Get help? Go to therapy so you don't hurt people? Okay, all right, well, you know. Vosh said if you aren't paying for CP, there's no moral legal. This is the exact same thing. I think I was talking to, wait, was this the one where I was talking to a philosopher who came on stream when I was playing Resident Evil 2 Remake? Or was it RE1 Remake?
What if the offender is consuming...
What is with the audio in these clips, man?
Child porn without paying for it? If you're not paying for child porn, if you're just getting it, there is no moral or legal argument against that. That doesn't also like rope in you guys.
Oh, wow. They forgot to clip this one again. Because unclipped, even in the exact same breath, I continue on to say, without implicating you, etc., child labor t-shirts. Yeah, they're getting lazier. They're not even clipping it dishonestly anymore. They're just like having the full thing in.
For the things that you have purchased. I would never make the argument that somebody who doesn't pay for child pornography but consumes it anyway has committed an immoral act.
Yeah. Oh, cut me off right there. So that's why they went it going on this far. That's why they didn't cut it off at that point. So they could cut it off at this point to leave out the part where I say, because under our current social and economic system, we've normalized this stuff, so, shouldn't it all be bad? Right, okay, we've all done this. But that's the end of the thread. This is genuinely just scraping the surface of the amount of clips out there of Vosh being a pedophile. Here's the full thread, and then it's the enough Vosh spam on Reddit the subreddit that we make fun of for being so hyperbolically obsessed with hating me that sometimes it legitimately sounds like they're parodying themselves. None of these stand up to scrutiny. Almost every clip here is part of the exact same broader argument about like the t-shirt analogy, which, by the way, is not like a secret. None of the clips or screenshots that we've looked at here have been hidden from stream. I've talked about all of this stuff. None of this is like an expose that reveals, you know, it's just dishonestly clipped. And I've talked about this. But now I've talked about this, like, you know, all together, sort of collectively, because people are interested once again in getting the context for these horribly, horribly clipped clips. But none of these, with any scrutiny, stand up, I don't think. And what's more, by the way, if somebody had a big takedown on me, why include a bunch of bullshit that's so obviously either taken out of context or fine at the face of things, that it doesn't stand up? It really makes the entire set of accusations feel meaningless. Most of these clip chimps were initially done by Nazis, and it just gets fed into by people who already hate me. Shows how many times this stuff has been explained. Yeah. You can just use Twitter from now on. Knitter. I hate saying that. But yeah, people have been, this has been like the subject of discussion for a pretty long time. Make this a main make this a main channel segment. Probably not. I don't think most of the people who watch my content give a shit about any of this. I just think that it's good to have a record because, again, most people who participate in this bad faith smearing of me, you know, they don't care because they already hate me. I just think it's nice to have a record that one could link to if one was genuinely curious. So it'll probably go on the second channel. Also, what's more, keep in mind, this right here is nowhere near the amount of bad faith shit people say about me. That thread we just looked at, there are equal threads about my sexism, my transphobia, my racism, especially my racism. All of that has the same level of like hysterical dedication, and all of it is equally bullshit. Because, you know, I see these threads. I've been called a chaser because I've admitted to finding trans women attractive, as if that's like an admission, like, you know, that's a secret, you know. I've been called a racist for saying I don't think that. Guys, how many times have people come on my stream to accuse me of being racist for not thinking that black people should be allowed to do ethnic cleansing? That they're not part of a special category exempt from, you know, moral judgment for that particular behavior. Literally over a dozen. So these kinds of bad faith accusations made against me, they're all over the place, and I encourage people to be skeptical when they see crap like that because, well, I mean, you know, again, more often than not, it's just plainly dishonest. The one thing that I will say, though, is that just because 99% of the time when somebody shit talks me, they are either lying or regurgitating a lie, it is still important to be critical because I do unironically take the L on this one. On the, if you're a young boy and you, like, fuck a hot teacher in school, then that's hot. I do take the L on that one. And I have been clear for basically the entirety of my channel on the opposite of this argument, the idea that that isn't acceptable to say. But it is important to be critical, you know. I'm not saying that, like everything said against me is wrong, but notice how these guys didn't even realize how it was wrong. They thought that it was me being a pedophile. In reality, it was me doing toxic masculinity, but they didn't even know. So, right, you know, I'm just saying, like, it's fine to be critical. That's critical. That's a good thing. Critical theory, designed from Marxism, you know. Yeah, it was me doing the nice. Exactly. Yeah. So you should do that. Was the lower the age of consent one included? Oh, no, they didn't include the screenshot for that one. That was the one where I said in the full context that in a future hypothetical communist society where everyone is liberated and equal, I could see an argument for having the age of consent be 16. So after we've achieved communism, we could have an AOC at where England's is currently. The underlying logic for that was that without like economic inequality in existence anymore, there would be fewer mechanisms by which one could groom or abuse children. But now I don't even believe that. I think the age of consent should be fucking 25 or whatever. Yeah, but like even then it's like, oh my god, in a hypothetical future, he might be so pedophilic that he would have the same stance as your average British person. Which, to be fair, I don't want to be compared to British people. So, you know, I hold off on that. That's only 25 clip. Yeah, true. By the way, the guy who posted that thread has 2 pedos, Mao and Stalin at the top. That is true! Mao and Stalin both literally did rape children, and now they're, like, idolizing them, this Marxist 777 person. I don't know. Influenced by pedophiles. Really makes you wonder. Trying to take down one of the top anti-pedophiles. That's this guy. Anyway, I think that the fact that that thread got enough attention to, like, get Tristan Tate to reply in defense of his brother is really funny. It means that Tristan Tate is aware of the fact that I don't like his brother. Like, I don't like that seems likely to me, a reasonable deduction from the evidence at hand. So I think that's pretty funny. A ton of people are going to, you know, like you're going to see it in replies to me on Twitter. You're going to see it in basically every element of my social media engagement, people accusing me of being a pedophile. Please do not, like, commit your lives to defending me on that front unless you find it funny to, like, argue against these people. You know, I got a DM on Twitter the other day from somebody saying, hey, man, I really think you should make a post addressing these allegations. It's 1 a.m. and I've got a test tomorrow. I'm fighting for my life over here. It's just basically just said, go to bed, dude. I really do appreciate the passion with which you guys, stick up for me and, you know, try to correct the record on many of these smears. The pedophile stuff does genuinely impede my work. My channel would probably be significantly larger now if it wasn't for the fact that a bunch of people just latently believe that I'm a pedophile or a racist or a transphobe or whatever. That being said, I'm still a large channel with a lot of prominence, meaning that in spite of the insane effort, and by the way, I'm not even going to say insane effort. I'm actually going to say it. I genuinely think that I am the most smeared person in politics YouTube. I actually do believe that. I don't think anyone else has a community as large and as insanely, feverishly dedicated to lying about me 24/7. There are people who have larger hate communities, but often that hate is deserved. Ben Shapiro probably has more hate than I do directed towards him. But it's Ben Shapiro, so a lot of that hate's probably warranted. In terms of illegitimate hate, I think it's there. It might be Keffels. It might be me, it might be Keffels. I think that I maintain a higher general level of it, though, because I'm consistently prominent in a way that she isn't. But, it's peaks and valleys. Ethan Klein. You know? Peaks and valleys. Maybe Ethan Klein has a higher, like, definite level. But I peak higher. Hassan, maybe? I don't know about Hassan. You should really address it. My wife is mad. I'm too busy defending you to be with her while she's in labor. She and your future children will appreciate the work that you have done for me. Thank you. Stop. The point here was not to do a bunch of comparisons, okay? I just think that I get a lot of insanity. And the reason I'm saying this is to cycle it back to positivity. Because in spite of this, all right, my channel does well. We have a loving, warm, intelligent community. And what I'm concerned with primarily is if there are people who are not so clouded by bias that they could be convinced that I'm not a pedophile, then they should see the video that I just drummed a segment up on that I'll put on the second channel. Maybe it won't change your mind, or maybe it won't change their mind, but, you know, it's a worthwhile thing to try, I think. Apart from that, though, overly engaging with this stuff generally just leads to frustration because conservatives, they call me a pedophile, but they're pedophiles. They don't care about pedophilia, right? So, like, they're just saying it to say it. Doesn't mean anything. All right. We did it. We did the whole thing. Also, it was nice that Destiny defended you. He didn't need to do that. You know, Destiny's saying things that are correct, which is that I'm right. Does not mean I have to say things that are incorrect, which is that he's right. However, he has been right on this issue of me being right. And to that extent, I applaud him. He is occasionally right. I don't know. I don't watch his content, you know. I hear many rumors, failing CNN. No, yeah, if he's right, he's right. And if he does something right, then I appreciate him doing something right. Doesn't change the broader dynamic. I know a lot of people are going to read into that. Thanks, Dudley Mancannon. All right, folks, we're 40 minutes over time. I'm very, very sorry for doing this. I've done this 2 streams in a row, but I'm going to read these donations tomorrow. I'm going to read these tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we're going to do politics, 5 or 6 p.m. PT, and then we're going to finish Hi-Fi Rush. As I understand it, the next game we're going to be playing will be one of the Metal Gear Solid games. I have to work some stuff out there. We'll figure that out. But I'm really excited to give it a try because I haven't played any Metal Gear games, except, of course, for Revengeance, which I played for the first time on stream, and I loved it. So, not No More Heroes. Right. I love you all very much. I hope that you have a wonderful day. This stream was kind of weird, a little weird. You know, I don't normally talk about, you know, accusations of me being a pedophile for an hour, but yeah. You know, people, they're wacky. They're wacky people. Let me see. Who am I gonna host? Who am I gonna host? Who are we hosting? That is the wrong link. Who are we hosting? That was also the wrong link. I can barely see. I'm so hungry. I'm dying over here. Shark! You ever heard of this guy called Shark? I hear he hangs out with this pedophile called Vosh. Don't know how I feel about that, but I do think that sharks are pretty cool. You know, I think sharks are a cool animal. Did you know that sharks will asphyxiate if they don't swim? See, their fins don't have a mechanism for water intake apart from them moving forward. So they have to move forward to cycle water and thus oxygen through their body. But if they're still, then that doesn't happen. So they run out of oxygenated water. Isn't that weird? They swim in their sleep? Yeah, they're just always moving. They do sleep, kind of, but they... I think it's cool. All right, I'm going to send you guys over to Shark. Love you guys. Thank you again for the great stream. You'll never guess what I'm going to hit right before I send you over. Yahoo! Hey, yahoo! I hit the button. I hit the meme button. Hey. I was waiting for the ads to finish. Now I'm going to hit the button.